life into the man's heart. When I became the son, I shone life into the man's heart.
Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me Cox all the time. I want Cox all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of Cox on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Okay, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi. Greetings. Welcome. Thanks for being here. My name's Alan Cox. Welcome. Rob Anthony's right over there.
Hi there.
Oh, hi, everybody. If you'd like to join us, love to have you. 216-578-1007. 800. Boy, I sound sick, don't I? 800-348-1007. 35192. Send a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can email. You want to watch the show. The live stream shows up on the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. So find it there. And, of course, you can listen on the iHeartRadio app and drop messages via the little red talkback button there if you want to do it. I think that covers everything. I should start, I guess, by apologizing for Friday afternoon. Because it confused the audience, understandably, that 1 minute we were here. I mean, if you were listening live, you heard me say, I gotta pull the cord here about halfway. I don't even know if we made it halfway through the show. What I did not realize is that I was literally overdosing on cough syrup, which sounds ridiculous, but that's what I did on Friday afternoon, and I didn't realize I was doing that. So I went from trying to, because it started to kind of develop a cough, and I didn't really want to contend with that because obviously once that gets going, it just makes for a very difficult show to do. It's not fun to listen to, blah, blah, blah. And I had been sipping cough syrup all day long, and I didn't realize that I was overdosing on cough syrup. And so by the time I finally called it, and we went off the air, I was still in this room for another 3 hours because I couldn't go anywhere because I wasn't in any condition to drive. I was slurring my words. Friends of mine who are in the medical community were very, very disappointed and upset with me because I guess I just hadn't, I don't know. I don't know what it was. I hadn't really paid that close of attention to it. And plus, I had been drinking black tea all morning, which kind of has a lot of natural caffeine in it. So that combined with the fact that I had been drinking cough syrup throughout the day, I ended up, I was told that I had about 15 times the amount you're supposed to have in a 24-hour period. So that's what happened on Friday afternoon. And I ended up, we went off the air and I started scheduling best of in here because I knew I was going to have to kind of level out. But it did get to the point where I was doing things in here and I would forget halfway through what I was doing. So I was putting, I've done a lot of drugs in my life. And it's not like, once a year I'll buy cough syrup. And I got to tell you, in years past, I feel like I've done like kind of the same thing, but nothing ever like Friday afternoon ever happened to me before. So it was pretty stupid, I guess, on my part. But I ended up sitting in here for about 3 hours after we went off the air. So I ended up leaving here at the end of what would normally be a normal show. And by that time, I was, I had leveled out enough to be able to drive home. And then explain to Gwen what happened. And of course, she was not, she was concerned. But so I went and got into bed. And that was my Friday night. But that was so obviously the audience was understandably confused because Rob and I were here live. I felt awful because my friend Billy Gardell was in town. He was at Hilarities all weekend, and I was really excited to see him and talk to him. And I ended up having to bump him because he was going to come in here. We were going to have a conversation and catch up and the whole thing. But that didn't happen. So, whatever. I feel fine. That's the thing, is that I always feel fine, but I sound terrible. And we talk for a living. And so I was trying to kind of mitigate that whole thing, and it didn't go the way that I had intended it to go. And it all happened at once. That's the thing, too, is that it wasn't like incrementally. I was like, even Rob was like, are you drinking more than you should?
I've never seen anyone swig it from the container.
Well,
like
that was the tail end of it.
Yeah.
I had been sipping it, but there was a little at the tail end, and so I just swug. What is the past tense of swig?
Swag.
I swagged
it.
The last finger in the bottle and then threw it down, and so it really kind of it wasn't incrementally throughout the day. It all kind of cascaded at once. And so I was telling one of my friends, I said, I actually broke the skin on my wrist. I was scratching so hard because I was hot and itchy, and I was just scratching. I was like a junkie in here looking for friggin' wingdings or something. And so it was a really, really bad and stupid. It was really dumb on my part. I didn't realize I was doing it at the time because I didn't, I don't know. Now, don't get me wrong. Sometimes a lightheadedness can really kind of improve the way that the show goes occasionally, but Friday afternoon was not one of those days. So when we were at the Cox Out yesterday afternoon, everybody was asking me if I was okay, and which is very nice. But yes, everything's fine. I don't think that I had any liver damage or anything. I didn't end up going to the hospital. Nothing like that. But it was really wild and really hairy for a while. But that's what happened on Friday afternoon.
You went from sipping the scissor, as you called it, and then, you were pretty white. And then you said you felt like your hair was tingling. And
like my
like, you all right?
My follicles were vibrating, yeah. So, I was like, well, I'll try to plow through the show and see whatever, but halfway through I was like, this is not going to happen. Anyway, that's what it was. Alan, there's a police emergency right now going on Portage Street in North Canton. I don't know anything about that. Our news station is probably all over that. This person describes it as an active shooter situation. A shooting in Canton? What? No, I haven't heard anything about that. I'll take your word for it. Anyway. That's what happened on Friday afternoon. Cox Out was great yesterday, actually, because Rob is, of course, he's my co-host now, but he has been the program director. And so he's always kind of going to the various station appearances just to make sure everything's being run properly and blah, blah, blah. But yesterday, when he came out to Cox Out, obviously, now people want to talk to him because he's on the show. So that's an interesting situation, too. But it was fun. I mean, it was good. You'd been to the Cox Outs before, obviously, in like an official capacity. But now that you're on the show,
now everybody's vibe.
Yeah, everybody's got like other questions for you and things like that are, I'm sure, super fun to answer. And no, but Parma Tavern's great. I think that's the last Cox Out at Parma Tavern. We have a couple more and we rotate the locations, but that was the last one at Parma Tavern. And it really is kind of, I get to see a lot of the usual suspects from that area, which is always great because I get to catch up with them. But so we have a couple of those left. We have one coming up on December 2nd in Strongsville, and then the finals, I think, are on the 8th at the Wild Eagle. So I haven't been to Wild Eagle in a minute, but that's I like that spot a lot. So anyway, I digress. I've got to take a break here. We'll have plenty of things to give to you. We'll dig into as many things as I can manage this afternoon. I will complete the show today. How about that? That is my vow to this audience, whether they like it or not. I will. I'll complete the broadcast. 35192 and text me for anything, and we'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Ready to win your trip to iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, presented by Capital One, featuring Incubus.
Whatever tomorrow brings.
Cage the Elephants.
There ain't no rest for the wicked.
The Lumineers.
St. Vincent.
Glass Animals.
The Head and the Heart. Fontaine's DC. Moneskins. Damiano David.
And The Offspring.
Nothing's free.
The biggest single night of live alt rock on the planet.
For your chance to win an alter ego trip, just listen to this station on the free iHeartRadio app.
Thanks to Capital One for being the proud presenting partner of Alter Ego.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Precise Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Precise Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Precise Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 216-201-9999. 216-201-9999. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 216-201-9999.
Get more of the get-go food you love for less with $5 value meals. Pair a chicken wrap or classic burger with fries or tots and cleanse your palate with an ice-cold drink, all for just $5 and only at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
To all you tool people out there, has Harbor Freight got a deal for you? Big savings every single day this November. Because we know that right now, when the price of everything only seems to go up, you need a place where prices stay low. So shop in-store or online for quality tools you can trust at
What a mensch. 216-578-1007. You want to join us live? Or 800-348-1007. 35192. Want to shoot me a text? Your Cavaliers are 15-0. How about that? 128-114. It was pretty close. I was peeking in on that Cavs-Hornets game yesterday, and there were a couple of times it was real close. I don't think the Cavs were ever behind, but the gap there was not that large once they got in the fourth quarter. So they pulled ahead 128-114 there against the Hornets. Tomorrow night, the Cavs will be in Boston to play the Celtics. That'll be a 7 o'clock tip-off. So 6:30, right when we roll, will be your pregame coverage here on the Buzzard and also on the iHeartRadio app. So congratulations to them. That's very, very exciting news for the Cavs. They are only the fourth team in NBA history to start the season at 15-0. Of course, that Warriors record is hanging there off in the distance. Just a few years ago, 24-0. That's what the Warriors are very alone at the top there. 24-0 was their season start, 2015-2016 season. So we're a ways away from that, obviously.
Yeah, Tuesday's going to be a big one, man. That's the Celtics are sitting at 11-3 too.
Yeah,
they're no slouch.
Very good team.
It's going to be a great game.
But they've played a lot of very good teams too.
Yeah,
and they haven't lost. So Cavs are the fourth team in NBA history to start the season at 15-0, tying the 1948 Capitals. I don't even know where they were from, and the 1994 Rockets from Houston TX. So there you go. Cavs over the Hornets last night. Very exciting. And you can still use the promo code MUNI. I can't believe that we're in the back half of November already, but we are. Thanksgiving is next week, and then it's on to December. So all month long, you can use the promo code MUNI until the 30th of this month, and then very soon we'll have another promo code for you. But 20% off whatever you want to get at CLE Clothing Company, whatever you want. These days, depending on when you go in, it's very likely you might run into Rob buying a new hat.
Every day.
Every day going in. So do you have a thing? Because you have a lot of hats, you said.
I do.
Okay, I have like precisely 5. I'm not like a ball cap guy, but, I wear them. I work out in them, whatever. So I have 5. You have a ton of them. A lot of people have a lot of hats. Do you have the thing that hangs on the back of the door? Do you have a storage system for them, or do you throw them in a closet?
They go in my closet. Just up on the top shelf. I kind of stack them all up.
They're not piled somewhere. You at least stack them.
I do.
Now, how do you determine when you're getting up and getting ready for your day? How do you determine what that day feels like hat-wise?
I don't know. It's a good question. I grabbed this one. My buddy bought this for me over the weekend, so I just grabbed this one today because it was new.
Medina Brewing Company.
Yes, sir.
See, I have T-shirts. I went to Catholic school K through 12, and then when I went to college for freshman year of college, I still wore a tie every day because it felt like my uniform. When you go to college, you can reinvent yourself into whoever you want to be. And I didn't know who I wanted to be yet, so I was still wearing the tie. And then I started doing stand-up my sophomore year of college, and then I fell into radio. And I accumulate all these T-shirts because I was like, I can dress however I want. So there's jeans and T-shirts from there on out, professionally and otherwise. So I went from, as a younger man, having a few T-shirts to now having hundreds of them. And so I just go and grab, when it's T-shirt season, I just go and grab the next one on the stack is how I do it. And but people with a lot of hats or a lot of shoes, things like that, I'm always curious how they, I try to make it as easy for myself as possible. So I always wonder how people come to that conclusion. You go, today feels like a Medina Brewing Company hat day.
It sure does.
Yeah.
And it was, like I said, it was new. It's got the nice, the quilt on it.
Okay.
It's a gift, so I say thank you.
Do you break it in? Do you flat brim it? Like I curve my brim, which I don't know if that makes me an old man or what. I know the kids dig the flat brim. I just like the feel of the curve. I like,
Yeah, no, I don't look right in a flat brim. I look like a douche. So I always end up putting a little bit of, I still look like a douche, just less of a douche with the bend.
Okay. That's called Peyronie's disease of the hat, if I'm not mistaken.
That commercial.
Well, we've had Dr. Berglund in here, and he's told us, there's guys out there that call the show or like, effing around corners and stuff because they got that they got that Clinton right angle going on down there. But
I could never fully understand those commercials either because they show like the bent carrot, and that's the pre.
Yeah.
And then they show after, and it's still a bent carrot, just less bent.
Less bent.
I mean,
you're starting out with a 30-degree list of port, and then they kind of straighten you out a little bit. But it's, I don't know either.
Yeah.
Fortunately, nothing I have to contend with, but just the, again, when Dr. Ryan Berglund joins us for Is It Red, and, I don't remember the last time he joined us. I would have to look that up. We used to have him in a lot. But the calls kind of got similar, and he's very busy, and I didn't want to, presume on our friendship. So now he's in a couple 3 times a year. His last appearance here was August 9th. So he's probably due for one after the new year. But the guys that call in and explain their problems, boy, I got to tell you, I walk out of here feeling 100 feet tall.
Oh, my God.
After we do a segment of Is It Red, and these are people that he examines all day, and he, that's his life's work. I mean, he's a surgical urologist over there and really helping people out with those problems, those dude problems. But I walk out of here just feeling amazing after every one of those segments.
And it probably feels good for them to say it out loud. Like there's been something wrong with it. And they haven't wanted to tell anybody. So this thing comes on. The guy starts talking about, well, I got this problem.
Yes. So there's some of that, but there's also guys that's like, it just is what it is. And, because one of the great things, I don't know if everybody knows this, but one of the great things in life is getting laid. And when you find yourself in a situation where that is exponentially more difficult because of equipment damage or whatever, I simply can't imagine that. We had a conversation one day when Bill and Mary were still on the show months ago, and I said that I don't really see much purpose in my continued existence if things down there weren't working or were destroyed or something like that. It's so important to me that I can't imagine. And Mary just thought that was just ridiculous. And I said, well, A, you're not a dude. B, you're not a dude. And, so I think I was probably exaggerating a little bit for comedic effect, but also it's like, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a guy who'd feel like, if I took an IED to the nuts or something, I would just whistle down the street and continue, as normal. You'd be like, no, there's other things you could use to, there's other things you could do to spend your time, but I mean, it's just, oh my God. If there's nothing doing down there,
Yeah,
so
that's
anyway,
a drag, dude.
When those guys call, I mean, I feel nothing but sympathy for them, and I'm always happy when he can help. Speaking of Mary, people with messages.
Hey, Alan, welcome back. Always do what you got to do to take care of yourself. We have no problem with that. But do us a favor. Don't play best ofs with Mary. We are so glad to have her gone, and it just makes it even more grating to hear her voice. Take it easy, buddy.
Now, first off, how dare you? Second off, I've had to respond to people a lot along these lines. You're going to hear best ofs of this show for the next, this is week 2 of me and Rob, right? I have almost 15 years of best ofs with Bill Squire, Erica Lauren, Pound Cake, and Mary Santora. You are going to hear those for the remainder of my time here because that's what I have. That's what the best of shows are. And frankly, for a lot of people, they love it because obviously Bill and Mary aren't here because of forces beyond any of our control. But those best of shows, because again, when I bailed out on this added to people's confusion. People were listening to the show live and I was ill, so I bailed out halfway through the show on Friday. So if you were listening live, you were confused if you heard me and Rob and then heard best ofs. You were equally confused if you came in after that and only heard the best ofs, where it's me and Bill and whatever permutation thereof yucking it up. But yeah, those are your best of shows. You're not going to torch 15 years. I shouldn't say 15, 13. The first 3 years of the show, we had a guy on the show that I said will never be heard on this radio station again. So I torched the first 3 years of the shows of best ofs. But the past 12 years, yeah, that's what the best ofs are. So I don't know if that's Pete in Pittsburgh or what, but I mean, for people who are like, I've had to tell them because people email me and go, that's what it is, man. So I hope you enjoy it because there's just a lot of great stuff in there. But that's what it's going to be. People are also, I saw people getting all bent out of shape because they announced that Beyonce is going to be doing the halftime for the Christmas Day football games on Netflix. I can't keep the football situation straight anymore because it used to be, oh, it's football, let's turn on Fox or CBS or whatever. Now it's like Thursdays on Amazon and Sundays on CBS, and now these are on Netflix, and it's... So I don't know if I don't know why people are mad about Beyonce doing the halftime. I don't know. I have my assumptions, and they're the same ones that they usually are. But the Thanksgiving Day games, they get halftime shows. The Christmas games are going to have now. There's two of them. I'm not sure which one she's doing. Netflix is doing the Ravens-Texans game. These are the games, right? Ravens-Texans in Houston. That's the second of two games. The 1 p.m. game is Chiefs-Steelers in Pittsburgh, over there at Heinz Field, or wherever the hell they call it now.
It says the one on Netflix. She's playing the Ravens-Texans game.
Okay, I thought they were both on Netflix. So,
are they?
I thought. Okay, so she's doing Ravens-Texans. Okay, well, she is from Houston, so that stands to reason, I guess. Hopefully it won't freeze up for your Christmas Day NFL games. They were over on Netflix. And I'm sure that's the question everybody's having is, are you sure that your Netflix servers can handle this? Now, I just know for me, I'm not well-versed in Beyonce's music. But when that album came out, that Renaissance album came out, and she was naked on that disco horse, I went steady with that thing for like 2 weeks. I don't mind telling you. Bought it on vinyl. And I kept it in a little cubby here in the men's room. So when I wasn't feeling very good about myself, I could go back there and gaze lovingly upon it. But, okay, so Netflix will do the halftime thing and the whatever.
And people bitch to bitch. That's really the
well, no, listen, I understand.
Know?
I watched the Tyson-Paul fight Saturday morning. I was sleeping Saturday night, right? And I zoomed all the way up to them. I mean, the undercards, I'll get into this later on, but the undercards are traditionally more fun, because there are people who are hungry and you want to see them win, whatever. Where the Mike Tyson-Jake Paul thing was one big grift or I don't know what. But I understand. I mean, there were bars that were showing this, right? I understand. People are paying for this service. It's not like free television when like the satellite or the cable goes out or something. You're paying for this and it freezes up. I understand when people get pissed.
Well, I mean,
it's first world problems, but
for sure. But I mean, bitching about who's performing at what. You're never going to make everyone happy.
You mean the halftime show?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, again, there's a case to be made, and I hate to be the one to say this because I'm a dyed-in-the-wool rock and roll fan. I love heavy metal. I will always gravitate to rock and roll. But there's a case to be made that there is a much bigger audience for pop music. That's why it's called popular music. I mean, it's, so, when they're trying to cast a wide net, that's what they're thinking, I guess.
Well, that's why they pulled Britney Spears out during Aerosmith, right? Like, there had to be something. There always has to be something that makes it more mass appeal.
Or a nod to one or the other.
Right.
If you have Beyonce and the Coldplay dude comes out. I got nothing against Coldplay. They floored me when I realized they're still selling out football stadiums. Didn't realize it. Here in the States, not overseas. Didn't realize it. Didn't understand their enduring popularity. But I got nothing against them, but I always took umbrage with the fact that guy was the guy supposedly representing rock and roll. Right? Oh, Beyonce, and then, do you like rock and roll? Here's the Coldplay guy.
Alternative
cool.
at best.
Yeah, exactly. Right. You're not rolling Sammy Hagar out there or anything like that,
They should.
They should. Beyonce. So I don't know if anybody will come out with her. Again, I don't think it's going to be at the level of Super Bowl. But I don't know. I do not know.
And I think the servers will be just fine. I think that audience for the Tyson-Paul thing was one of maybe the biggest ever.
Yeah.
Right? 80 million people, I think they said.
I saw 60.
60?
Yeah, but I was one of them. Yeah.
Me too.
Alan, I appreciate your explanation about Friday. I was so worried that halfway through the show they just came in and fired everybody. See, that's the thing that gets people nervous too. Once everything gets all catawampus around here, then yeah, you understand why, people get nervous.
And it's not out of the realm of what's possible.
Of course not. It's all possible, right?
Yeah.
You see these romance movies or Hallmark movies or whatever, stuff your girlfriend and wife watches, and they're always like, any time we get is luck. That's what this is, right? Rob and I are in a professional romance here at iHeart Cleveland, and
it was so funny that we got asked if we at the Cox Out yesterday. We got asked if it was officially official, so we made it official.
Right, yes.
Our relationship is official.
Yep, I said I've asked Rob to wear my Letterman's jacket.
Your pin.
I'm carrying his books in the hallways. Yeah, right. And you posted something too. I mean,
did.
It was which I saw. I was unable to share. You must have different settings or something. I was trying to share that, and I was unable to share it.
I'll have to have my oldest daughter look into it for me.
Have your IT
much.
director.
Yes.
I really don't hate social media. I wish I had a better mastery of it. I don't really spend a lot of time with it. It's mostly conversing with people I know or when I get messages from listeners or whatever. It's just more about maintenance than anything else. I'm always posting like memes to my story and stuff just because I think they're funny or whatever. But some people have a real mastery of social. Now, granted, those are people that that's their livelihood. I have the luxury of not needing to make money on social media, but I really do, my mastery of it is not, I guess, what it could be. I nailed my video editing game down this year too. Every year I say I'm going to do that, and this year I actually did it. I just don't do much with it. That's the thing. I just don't, everything I have to say, I say here, and but there's a lot of fun and interesting things on social media. I just don't. I don't have the aversion to it that a lot of other people do. It's just that I don't have the time or the inclination to really dive in. Some people are really good at it.
Bathroom entertainment.
I guess so. But like people who I see like really doing fun and interesting things, our buddy Jeremiah here next door at Kiss FM, he's
great.
Yeah, doing a lot of very funny and interesting things. Sometimes we're in those too. But yeah, I just don't, I'm not averse to it. I just don't have that kind of mastery of it. Alan, you going to talk about the Browns? I don't know what you want me to say. I mean, I will mention the name of the team. Yeah, I don't think I think Stansbury probably covered it earlier way better than I ever could. I don't know what anybody has to say about the Cleveland Browns at this point. I was watching some of it. Obviously, we had it on at the Parma Tavern yesterday for the Cox Out, and I'm always keeping my eye on the teams that I follow, and they were kind of ribbing me a little bit yesterday because one of our Ricardo came out. We were talking to him, and I think he was the one who was like, I don't get these people that have A, B, and C teams, and I kind of raised my hand. I'm like, well, I'm one of those guys. I have A, B, and C teams because I don't live in the city where my A team is. So I have, that's how I kind of look at things. But my Bears stink. And so I pay attention to them. The Browns stink. And my C team is the Steelers. So I don't know what to tell you about the Browns. There's people who are far more in tune with that team that I don't know.
Someone told me Myles Garrett got hit in the nuts. Did that
Probably. I know one guy is out, LT Jones or something like that. There's a guy, he's out for this. Yeah, he's out for the season.
But I think Myles Garrett had to come out and was like on the sideline for a minute because he got hit in the balls. I think.
Probably.
Like, that's brutal.
Hit in the balls.
Yes.
Don't these guys wear cups anymore? Is that an old school thing or?
Well, from wearing those things too, man. Things can adjust and slip, pinch one. I mean, anything could happen.
I guess what was that truss that Tyson had on when he turned around and his ass meat was hanging out? I was like, I love the meme. Somebody's like, I made bread, and somebody said it looked like Mike Tyson, and that thing's going around today too because it's just dead on perfect. But
kiss that dude on the cheek. Love you too. Turns around, full ass, wham.
Just hanging out. He doesn't care. Does not care.
It's got to make you wonder what the front was too. Because you didn't see, was Mike just standing there with like a little?
Well, I like how he walks. He turns around and walks away, and they still have him in the wide shot. And then they like quickly pan up when they realize what's going on there. They're like, is he wearing brown? Oh, he's not wearing brown pants. Pan up.
He's wearing tight yoga pants.
Yeah.
Very
wow.
tight forming.
Yeah. Looks like his ass is hungry and it's eating his pants. Oh, pan up. Those are not pants. Oh, Iron Mike. Looks more like pleather Mike these days. Bears Lions on Thanksgiving. Yeah, that's a classic game. That's always a good one too. My wife is a Lions fan. That's her home team. But when I was low man on the totem pole when I first got my big gig in Kalamazoo, Michigan, everybody else was obviously had the holiday off. I was the new guy, and I had to host the Thanksgiving Day football game. I had to take a bus full of listeners to the Pontiac Silverdome to see that game, which was fine. It was, it was a good time. It was fun. I think Barry Sanders was still playing. I think Charlie Batch was the quarterback back then. I mean, this is mid-'90s. But I don't know. Alan, I think Mike Tyson was wearing chaps and it was a gag.
No way. What
is the point of wearing that underneath if he's wearing that underneath his trunks?
I think he was wearing a jock. I think it was like
that's what that is.
Holding up his business in the front, and the back just doesn't have anything.
Gotcha. Yeah, he's not Diamond David Lee Roth. I mean, he's,
I'm going to wear assless chaps
it was a
for this
gag.
interview.
Yeah, I don't think Tyson knew where he was. I don't think he was paying attention. Right. I got to take a break here. Want to send me a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can email there. Want to watch, go to the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
insufferable prick.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192 want to send me a text. I can always count on the audience to fill in the gaps for me. The dude interviewing Mike Tyson was his son.
Well, that would explain the I love you when he kissed him on the cheek.
Yes.
Ah.
Also, I mentioned that the Browns, that LT Jones had gotten hurt, and people are like, he's the left tackle, dummy. That's not his initials. I just saw the story real fast, and I don't have the roster memorized, so I didn't realize that. And that was like Lawrence Taylor or something, right? Okay, left tackle is what happened. Thank
Lawrence
you. Listen.
Taylor Jones.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, Tyson kissed his son. That was the one doing the interview. Well, that's nice. So then he's seen his dad's ass before. That's probably why.
It was no big deal.
Yeah, he wasn't.
But there was also a freaking room full of people. There was a lot of people that saw that ass, and
Tyson
then 80 million
care.
people.
Yeah, man. I can't imagine that guy cares.
No.
Chrissy Hine and the Pretenders. Love the song My City Was Gone. Of course, a pride of Akron, Ohio. It was ruined. I feel like the ripple effects of this being the Rush Limbaugh theme for 30 years are kind of maybe dissipating finally. But I always think of this song because it's really an ode to her coming back home to Ohio and just being bummed at what she sees, right? How everything has been developed over the little, towns and things and, I always think of this song when I start to see viral video of Nazis in Ohio. There were Nazis in Columbus this weekend. Now, listen, this is a free speech thing, right? I'm a First Amendment guy in my bones. So that's how you can be Nazis and march. Now, of course, they cover their faces up because they're very, very committed to the cause. But people in Columbus were nevertheless kind of taken aback. This wasn't out in the sticks. In a lot of places, you'll be in like Bufu, Ohio, where a dozen guys will have 3 teeth among them, and then they're flying swastika flags and walking around screaming the N-word. But this was in the Short North neighborhood of Columbus, which I believe is it's very gay-friendly, and so that's why this wasn't by accident. But at least the Nazis in the 30s had the nuts to show their faces. These guys don't do that. And it looked like maybe a couple of dozen guys, but they're walking down the street in holding Nazi flags, red on black, and faces covered. When I was a kid, there is a northern suburb of Chicago called Skokie, Illinois, and it is largely Jewish. When you say Skokie in the Chicagoland area, it is synonymous with the Jewish community. And when I was it was a big, big story. When I was like in the 1st or 2nd grade, I was a little kid, and the Nazis wanted to, there was a group they called themselves something. They never called themselves the Nazis. They called themselves Americans for Freedom or whatever. And it was one of these groups, and they had filed a permit to march through Skokie. Now, Skokie is it's not big, but about 45,000 people in this town are Jewish, and thousands of them were Holocaust survivors. So it was a big, big deal that this Nazi organization wanted to march. Obviously, they had very specific reasons for doing that. The ACLU got involved because, Skokie obviously was trying to prevent this. The ACLU got involved, and they represented the Nazis. They said, look, this is a free speech case. And it went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, and they ruled that it is a free speech case. But it was a big, big deal when I was a kid. So I always think about the Nazis marching through Skokie, and that's what this is. It is a free speech thing. But these people are really feeling themselves, too. And listen, there have always been Nazis marching around, right? But now they're Johnny Big Balls now because Trump's president, or going to be. And so it's a real bummer to see. I think they're overestimating the degree to which they have an impact, Because it's not like one of those TV commercials where a couple of people are marching down the street and then everybody comes from the periphery and joins the march. And then at the end, there's a big dance number. It's not like that. You know, it's like other people. And obviously they know they're going to be filmed. So that's why they don't have their, that's why they have their faces covered. Because listen, they really love Hitler, but they also really want to keep their job at Panera.
But if that's your gig and that's what you believe, don't be a pussy.
That's what I say.
Take it off.
Show me your face. At least the Charlottesville guys, Jews will not replace us. Those guys, full face.
Yeah, man. Freedom of speech is one thing, but hiding behind it is another. You know, I mean, it's ridiculous. If you believe that, let people know you believe that. Be a man.
Not only that, but like people that these dudes individually know, like their friend group, it's not like they're hiding it, you know? So, and these people almost always will eventually get revealed because somebody will go, yeah, I know one of those guys, and blah, blah, blah. Now, you will be pleased as punch to know that Mike DeWine, Republican governor of the great state of Ohio, has condemned it. He's come right out and condemned it. He said, I think they just copy and paste the Ohio has no place for this kind of anti-Semitism. And there was no violence, I don't think. I mean, you know, they call the cops out. And the cops follow these guys, and I'm sure some of them get a wink from the cops. And they follow these guys out and make sure that nobody's doing anything violent. And they weren't. You know, I think they talked to them, and these guys got in a van and took off or whatever. The mayor of Columbus, obviously, not pleased with something like that because, again, this was a very popular neighborhood of Columbus. So that's not good for tourism. But unfortunately, it does make Ohio, you know, as much as Ohio can be a punchline to other parts of the country, it really doubles down on that. It makes Ohio, it puts Ohio in the same league as like Idaho and Utah, you know, these places that are real hotbeds for this kind of nonsense. But it is a free speech thing. And, you know, they live stream it or whatever they do. But again, you'll be pleased to know that Mike DeWine and his colleagues have all condemned this whole thing. So, okay, just to recap, I'll give you the Cliff's Notes. Mike DeWine and the people who are condemning this still voted for the guy that the Nazis love. So they're denouncing the behavior of the followers of the guy that they voted for. Do you follow that? No, I don't either.
No, I get what you're saying.
It's hate the sin, love the sinner, I guess. But that's what, you know.
I totally understand what you're saying. But I do think that the vast majority of people, regardless of who they vote for, all agree that someone posing and being a Nazi is BS, right?
I do too.
So I think, you know, again, I agree
but
with
if you are, and listen, I'm not one of these absolutist guys. You know, I'll get these texts from people, you're saying, oh, Trump voters are not. I am absolutely not. What I'm saying is, if you are a Nazi, you voted for Trump. Those people think he's their guy. So he might not be saying stuff, but they sure think he is. So that's all I'm saying. Those people, there isn't one Kamala Harris voter in that group. Guaranteed.
Well, color alone would suggest that that's a correct statement.
Well, I don't know. There's a lot of self-loathing everybody out there.
Yeah.
You'll never meet a self-loathing Woody, though. This guy, man, he's like surfing on a rainbow. That's his life.
Peace, love, and hair grease, brother.
Peace, love, and hair grease. What's going on in the life of a retired Woody? Although you're like a consultant now or something, aren't you?
Yeah. I've got a post career now. I'm doing some. I've already put the tools down. Now I'm doing some consulting, and it's going really well.
How about that? Look at you.
But hey, you were talking about Illinois Nazis. Man, I hate Illinois Nazis. And
you're making a Blues Brothers reference, of course.
You better believe it, McMillan. There's a few scenes in that movie where they just go off on, man, I hate Illinois Nazis.
I hate Illinois Nazis. Yeah.
Yeah, that's some pretty funny scenes in that awesome movie.
All right. Thank you, Woody.
Cheers, guys.
All right. Woody playing the part of Chris Farley there. Hey, remember the
Remember that
Blues
time?
Brothers? Yeah.
It was
Remember they said
awesome.
they hate Illinois Nazis? Yeah.
That was great. It was awesome.
Yeah. Hey, Craig.
Yes, sir.
How are you, man?
Good. How are you?
Hanging in.
Hey, so I was down in Springfield, Ohio here about a month ago when the hurricanes came through.
Yeah.
And ironically, the same weekend that we were down there, that same group came through Springfield, Ohio, and they were down there protesting. They were protesting the Haitians that were all down there being the sanctuary city. You know, they didn't do anything. They peacefully marched through there, just made their presence known, and that was the extent of it. And it was the same group. The black, you know, their faces covered, the Nazi flags. I can't say that it's not a hate thing, but it's also not as, you know, it's not like the Ku Klux Klan burning flag or burning crosses in somebody's front yard type of thing.
Of course it is.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's it. You could say that people burning crosses are non-violently protesting too. I mean, I'm not somebody who believes that, you know, there are people who think that words are violence. I'm not one of those people, but they're making a very, very clear statement. There's no equivocation whatsoever. There's no one who wonders what these guys are all about. So just the fact that you don't have to be firebombing storefronts for people to go, oh, these guys really mean business. I mean, you know, they got a megaphone and they're yelling at the N-word at people and, you know, screaming out Jewish slurs and blah, blah. All the greatest hits, you know. But again, it is a free speech issue. It has been ruled on this. That's the whole point of free speech, is you have to abide by speech you don't like. And boy, is there a lot of it, and there's going to be more.
And the symbol on that flag is 100%. That's the symbol of hate. That's it.
Well, yeah, and it's been turned into that. Ironically, it didn't start out as that, but Adolf Hitler turned it into that by reversing it. It used to be actually a Native American symbol.
Yeah, everybody had it. It was a Native American, it was Hindu, it was Swahili, it was, yeah, right. But and those cultures still use it, and they know what's going on. But as far as Western civilization goes, we're pretty much nailed down with the German swastika as the symbol of, you know, these guys aren't out there trying to come up with a new symbol, right? They don't have they're not taking a pink triangle and trying to repurpose it for. So, yeah, I don't know. The wild thing about Springfield is now that there's people who are like Haitian in that community who are freaking out and trying to find a way to like get out of Springfield, Ohio, I guess, which I guess that means that Springfield will just go back to what it used to be, which was just drug addicts and crushing depression. But, okay, thank you, Craig. I don't know if Craig's running on fumes there or what's happening. Hey, Drunk Sue, hello.
Hi, baby. How are you?
What's going on?
Hey, I just want to let you know, and everybody out there, if you haven't seen the news today, the guy that killed my niece,
yeah,
they found him guilty.
Well, you left me that message last week. Was that in the news?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you left me that message last week, Sue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he got sentenced this morning.
Uh-huh.
29 years.
29 years. Life. Wow. So he'll be out in 6.
Life. No, I don't think so. Not on this one. You should have heard the judge.
Give me the
oh my God.
At the risk of something painful, Sue, give me the Cliff's Notes here again. This guy, he did what to your niece?
Smashed her head in.
Smashed her head in.
Oh my God.
Was this a drug-related situation?
I don't know. He was just mad.
I see.
He was just mad.
And she was a young woman,
He waited till she went to bed.
Yeah.
He beat her to death.
Yeah.
Then he tried to clean up all the blood.
Yeah.
Just tampering with evidence. He got guilty of that. Then he took her and wrapped her in a sheet and put her in a dumpster.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's bad. It's awful. It's terrible. So he got 29 years. So what was the judge's statement to him, Sue? What stuck out for you?
Oh man, that judge was on his butt, buddy.
Yeah. And were
that
you
dad
there?
was like,
Were you in the?
yeah.
Okay.
Heck yeah, I was. I was there every day.
Is that a situation where you get to give survivor statements or anything like that, or victim statements?
Yeah, and I actually got to give one today.
You got to give one. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, is that a
Me
situation, Sue?
and Jonathan.
Is that a
is his
situation where you make
sister.
sure that you're as clear-headed as you can possibly be before you go in there?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I didn't, you know what I mean?
It's not a Four Loko day to prep.
Well, I had a little swiggy or two before.
See, that's what I'm saying. Sue was like, I got to go give a victim statement. I want to take the edge off. She only had one Loco, Rob, to prepare for giving the victim
No, I
statement.
only had like maybe a quarter of one.
A quarter of a Loco. All right. Well, listen.
Just to take the edge off.
Just to
Her
take the
brother,
edge off.
Jonathan,
Yep.
Yeah, her brother Jonathan, he got to give his statement, and then Lisa got to get up there and give her hers.
And was there any sense, a lot of times I feel awful for the victim's family because they give these statements in order to talk to the person, and it's supposed to kind of be a catharsis. But a lot of times the perpetrator couldn't care less, and they just stand there stone-faced. Was there any sense at all that there was any remorse with this guy, or no?
None.
Yeah.
Not one bit.
I would imagine that for some people, they're in that situation, they probably just shut their brain off, like they can't, maybe they can't comprehend the totality of it.
Trial.
Huh?
Even during the trial, he just sat there stone-faced. And then when they pronounced him guilty on all charges, his mom's like, oh, no.
Yeah. Well, that's her child. I mean, it sucks, but he's a grown-ass man, but I mean, that is her child, so I can understand that reaction. But
yeah, but she didn't raise him.
Oh, she didn't?
He had a stepmom.
I see. Well, even worse.
And she's the one that gave a statement today.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm glad that there's some closure there, Sue.
Yes, 29.
Yeah. 29 years. Will he be incarcerated locally, or do they ship him off somewhere?
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't care, do you?
I don't even care.
Yep, I got you. Well, maybe I'll get some prison mail from him.
If you missed the story, it's going to be on Channel 5 or Channel 19.
Okay. All right. Well, listen,
over.
I know you guys have been waiting on that, and I know that it's been hanging over your heads, and so I'm glad that.
Oh my gosh! Yeah.
I'm glad you got a positive
July.
result.
Yes, we did.
All right, Sue, go finish the rest of those Locos. You've earned it.
Oh, I even got me some vodka, dude.
I even got me some vodka. She's like, this is when Sue parties, she parties. When she celebrates, she's like, there aren't enough Locos to put me on the high I need to be on. So it's going to be 4 Loco and vodka today.
I'm just so happy. I don't think anybody could burst my balloon.
Nobody's going to yuck your yum today, Sue.
That's right.
Right. Okay, well, I won't keep you any longer. You go get to it, okay?
Okay, honey.
All right. I love you, too. There's Drunk Sue. How about that? 29 years.
Not long enough.
Nope. I think she said 29 to life, but that's always... It can be very frustrating when they give people those kinds of sentences, and then they're like, oh, he's been a model prisoner. We're going to let him out, and, or something as banal as, like, overcrowding. We're going to let people out. But that, of course, that's a violent offense. That's a capital offense. So I guess if anybody was going to be kept in there, probably that guy. But good for them, I guess. She said she had a quarter of a 4 Loco. You said that she had 1 Loco. 1 is a quarter of 4. Yes. She had a single Loco. And that's not going to get you Loco at all. Now, that's if she only had 1 can. I have to imagine she only had 1 Loco of that can. That means there's 3 remaining, and then whatever subsequent Locos there are. I mean, by the end of the day, she could be 13 Locos deep. I don't know.
I honestly thought they stopped making that stuff. It was making people go bananas.
They stopped making it with, like, the OG version had meth in it or something. I don't know what. No, it was like caffeine and booze. And so I think that they kind of tried to, just to keep it on the market, they had to change it.
Okay.
I think that's probably the only reason that Sue can drink the way she does and is still upright, because she doesn't deviate. She loves the Four Loko. Fruit punch, I believe, is her flavor of choice. I mean, it all tastes like fruit gasoline, but I don't know. I had Four Loko like when they first rolled out, when it was everything but the kitchen sink in there. And then I think cooler heads prevailed, and they were like, well, if we want to have any kind of longevity on this product, we got to streamline it a little bit. I got to take a break here. If you are on hold, I'll get you on the way back. I got Circle K money for you. You know, Charlie is going to be out at Circle K on Wednesday doing his thing. He's going to be out on Aurora Road in Solon. Charlie at Circle K on Wednesday from noon to 2. I got $50 to Circle K for you all this week. We always love doing stuff with them as well. So $50 after the break. They got their big Thanksgiving coming up as well. I'll hand that off to you. 35192. You want to text me for anything else, and you can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Partly sunny today with high.
For you. Charlie is going to be out there on Wednesday. He's going to be at the Circle K on Aurora Road in Solon from noon to 2. So put that in your brain meat somewhere or put it in your calendar. But $50 to Circle K. Use it however you see fit. It will go a long way over there. Make sure you have the Circle K Inner Circle app on your phone. That is indispensable. You can win big with Circle K's Thanksgiving giveaway, too. So, caller 10, $50 to Circle K, 216-578-1007, or 800-348-1007.
If you ever get the feeling that he doesn't love you,
don't you love me too?
Feel again. Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
I got Cavs tickets for you all this week. The Washington Wizards. Michael Jordan of the Washington Wizards are going to be in town on December the 3rd. It's a Tuesday night. To play the Cavs. Hopefully by that time the Cavs will be 17, 18-0. I don't know. And then I'll have Nile tickets for you. If you listen to 2 Hours to Midnight, that is our metal show. We're presenting the Nile and 6 Feet Under tour. That's the end of January. And then comedian Jimmy Carr. I don't know if a lot of people are hip to Jimmy Carr. I think he's very funny. He's not everybody's cup of tea. He's British. I'm a sucker for like two-liners. And Jimmy Carr is just a beast, man. He is doing Playhouse Square. I don't know how frequently he tours the United States. But that is... Wait, that can't be right. Oh, 2025. Oh, I see. It's October of next year. This is his 2025 tour. Okay. But those tickets will go on sale this Friday morning. We'll have an MMS pre-sale I'll tell you about. But anyway, Jimmy Carr. Are you hip to Jimmy Carr at all?
I love Jimmy Carr.
Yeah, I think he's very, very funny.
He's got one of the best laughs in the world. It sounds like it's fake. It's like a Ricky Gervais. Sounds fake, but it's totally just the way the guy laughs.
Yeah. If you don't like Ricky Gervais, you probably won't like Jimmy Carr. It's kind of that like erudite black comedy kind of, it's very dark. And it's, but there's always a turn in it. And anyway, so those are what are coming this week. Cavs, as I mentioned, they are still undefeated, 128-114 over the Charlotte Hornets here at home last night. They will hit the road tomorrow. They're going to be in Boston to play the Celtics, who are a very good basketball team. So that's a 7 o'clock tip tomorrow night. Cavs Celtics in Boston. What's that arena? TD Trade or TD? Where the Celtics
TD
play?
Garden.
TD Garden.
Yep.
TD Garden. It does sound slightly like a strip club, but it is not. It is where the Celtics play. 7 o'clock tomorrow.
On the night, Alan.
Yeah, tomorrow night against the Cavs, and the Cavs come home for a few games. They'll play New Orleans and Toronto and Atlanta. But still racking up the wins, and hopefully that will continue.
Alan, you were looking for synonyms for killing and murder. I like reduction in population redundancies.
Oh, right. Last week we were talking about, there was a story where they kept using the word slayed or slaughtered or something, and the girl who wrote it, right. Reduction in population deficiency. What did he say? Reduction in population deficiencies?
Murder. I like reduction in population redundancies.
Redundancy.
Reduction in population redundancies. He's been charged with a first offense RPD, and we're going to go from there. Yeah, well, listen, I love all that bloodless corporate speak. All of the euphemisms that they have found over the decades to describe things, to remove the humanity from things. So it would not surprise me at all. I mean, when hospitals refer to someone as expiring, anytime they're, here, or any business where people get fired, they call it a reduction in force. We call it a RIF around here. Well, there's another RIF coming, reduction in force. Manpower redundancies or whatever it is. So it would not shock me at all. I'm actually surprised now that you mention it, caller, that they haven't done that. Reduction in population redundancies. That's all a birth rate is, by the way, is population redundancy. That's what birth is. We don't need more people, but there's a biological imperative, and you can't stop people from effing. You just can't stop it. They love it. It's free. It's free for about 15 minutes, and then for 18 years, it's very, very much not free. But, hey, Brother ADX. Hello, hello. He was on hold all through the break. Brother ADX, are you holding still or no? If you hear me, I don't hear you. Going once? Hello, hello. I wanted to hear his thoughts on the Nazis marching through Short North there in Columbus. See whether or not.
Here. How are you guys doing?
Oh, what's going on, man? I was just about ready to hang up. I didn't hear you.
Hey, Captain Fun and Robert, how you guys doing? You guys make almost like Batman and Robin there.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, here's some names for death before I get to my subject. Murked. How about regime change? How about retirement, unalive, terminate, eliminate, euthanize, or neutralize?
Well, neutralize is military. Yeah, we neutralize the target or whatever. Unalive, that feels like social media. You know, there's so many words that get you banned on social media that people came up with unalive because suicide was getting people kicked off. When people have to write eggs instead of sex or SEGGS,
exactly.
You know, try to get. Okay, what's up?
Now, these neo-Nazi groups that you're talking about, you know, they can get that off in Jewish communities or LGBT communities or that soft-ass Columbus, Ohio, but they couldn't come to east side of Cleveland spouting that crap. They get their asses kicked all the way back to Idaho with that nonsense.
Well, it is funny, isn't it, that
who's president.
Isn't it funny that they always do it in not black communities?
Yeah, real black communities.
Yeah.
Not that fake crap going on down in Columbus.
Well,
and Short North,
they will do it.
Community.
The only time that you'll see them do that, Brother ADX, is when there is a local police presence. And
right.
None
of that.
To keep protesters away from them. I mean, they have marched through, you know, it's not like there's a black neighborhood in Chicago, but I mean, they have marched through predominantly black and brown neighborhoods in Chicago, but there's cops walking with them because they don't want anything to pop off. So, yeah, if they got their back covered, because, again, it's free speech, they got their back covered, they're Johnny Big Balls. But when they're, you know.
I mean, even the black Cleveland police will whoop their ass. And, you know, it doesn't matter who's president. They would still hate. They would still pop bigotry. But if they're listening, march down Superior or St. Clair or Kinsman with that BS. I dare you. You end up like Reginald Denny in the 92 LA riot.
Reginald Denny.
Bricked upside your head and likely shot and probably stoned to death.
They're going to pull him right out of the truck and hit him with some PVC, aren't they? Right.
To get their asses mopped up coming through Cleveland with that madness, man.
Yeah, with all that talking that mess. Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out, right? All they're going to have to do is pop off to the wrong person or wrong people. And,
they'll be okay. They'll be okay in the downtown Superior area. But if they come past like 55th, they're going to get their asses mopped up all the way back to Idaho, dude.
And, you know, masks off in their regular lives. Those are the same people who complain that they never come into Cleveland because it's too dangerous. I don't go into Cleveland. There's no parking, and it's too dangerous. Okay.
Hey, you want to speak to Dave real quick? Hey, this is David Leroy.
I like how he doesn't even give me a chance to answer.
Man, it was off the chain.
You didn't even give me a chance to answer, Brother ADX. He's like, hey, I want to talk to Dave.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah. No, Dave all night. Right. Okay. Thank you, Brother ADX. There you go. There's Brother ADX, a.k.a. Diamond David Lee Roth, a.k.a. the Mike Tyson of 1979, walking around in chaps, smooching his son in the cheek. Well, that's very sweet. I mean, his son is, you know, again, I only saw the tail end of the interview, so I didn't see the full. But I wonder if his son was deferential to him, or if he interviewed him as any other professional would. Mike, how do you feel about this whole thing being set up? And yeah, I watched the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson thing. Everybody's got their voluminous opinions on it and whatever. I watched it Saturday morning, and I zoomed into the 4-hour mark so that I could see what was going on. And from what I've heard of other people's opinions, mine kind of echo theirs in sad was the adjective that came to my mind because Mike Tyson looked gassed, and I couldn't tell if he was holding back because it had been predetermined that he couldn't lay this kid out. There were all these conditions that it was really less a fight. And again, I'm in no way I don't follow boxing closely. I'm not a student of the sweet science. But I got to think Cus D'Amato was rolling in his grave because it was less a boxing match than just a giant Jake Paul commercial. And I don't know that much about the guy. It seems that people who really do think he's a douche or whatever. I don't care. But it just seemed it was boring. I know that. Netflix got what they wanted. Mike Tyson got paid. I mean, they both got paid, obviously. But you got the sense afterwards that neither one of them cared about the other one. I don't know if Mike Tyson even really knew who Jake Paul was. And like we were talking about this on Friday in advance, Rob, you were like, Jake Paul hasn't fought real dudes, right? I mean, I don't know what his CV is, but that's what everybody's saying is that all these exhibition matches.
Yeah, I mean, everything is, they kind of changed the rules a little bit, right? So they shorten up the rounds, they make the ring a little bit bigger, they put on heavier gloves. So those are the fights that Jake Paul's been in, and that's what this was with Mike Tyson. But, I mean, in all fairness, I don't believe that there was any script whatsoever. I think we saw a 58-year-old Mike Tyson who almost died in June, running around a ring trying to do something that Mike Tyson used to do.
No, I don't think there was a script, but there were so many conditions.
Sure.
I mean, was there... because people were like, oh, this was predetermined and Jake Paul was going to win. I don't know. I mean, my thought is Mike Tyson at 58, even getting gassed out there, seems like he would still... I saw the training videos. The guy was still flipping giant tires over and stuff, right? That's different than fighting a human that's fighting back. But neither one of them looked like they were out for blood.
And those videos were prior to his health incidents.
Oh, were they really?
Yeah.
Oh,
and
okay.
That's the thing, right? So if he was as sick as he was and really did almost die in June, then, I mean, just a couple of months later, he's in a ring fighting a 27-year-old kid, right?
I see.
So no matter what, he's going to look slow. And look, Tyson had one shot. If it was not predetermined, Tyson had one shot. He had to knock his ass out in the first round because once he gets gassed, it's over.
Yeah, and it was, too.
It was. By the end, you could see, look, man, it's a win that guy was even able to go 8 rounds, even at 2 minutes apiece. That's a long time. And I think he looked tired at the end, man. He looked like an old man. Sucks.
Well, and in the ring, the post-ring interview or whatever, when the guy's talking to both of them there, Tyson was kind of giving like one-word answers, so it was like he just wanted to get out of there, and he says he still has more in him. Maybe he knows what this was, too. I'm sure he does. Listen, as far as boxing goes, he's savvy enough, but maybe in his brain, he's like, when I get back to full capacity, yeah, I'll be 2 years older, but I don't know if anybody wants to see a 60-year-old Mike Tyson go up against anybody.
Well, he made the comment to Jake's brother, Logan. So, like, he wanted to fight him next.
Who had a really weird reaction, by the way. This is why these people can't... And, I know they have huge followings. I get it, in the whole bro dome or whatever. But, there's... Writ large, there's a thing where people just can't get down with the Paul brothers. Logan Paul's like, Mike, I'd effing kill you or something like that.
Yeah.
Right? Which was just a weird... I mean, Mike Tyson's goofing around, and he comes at him with this. This is part of Jake Paul's speech at the end, and it really was a speech. Like I said, this felt really like a grift and a scam, and just something about it just felt like everything's a hustle now. Everything's hey, let's put this thing on Netflix. A ton of people will watch it. You guys will pretend to fight. You'll both get crazy paid. You can, put stuff on your YouTube channel for the next year about how you beat Mike Tyson, whatever.
Did this man surprise you? Was he better than you thought he would be?
He's exactly what I thought. One of the greatest to ever do it.
He's an icon. He's a legend. So, yeah. But this night's not about me, man. I wanted to give a thanks to all the real heroes, the U.S. military, the doctors, the nurses in the ER, the cops, the firefighters, the farmers, the truck drivers, all the people who make this world go around. Thank you, America. It's the era of truth. It's the era of good. There's a shift in the world, and good is rising. The truth is rising. I'm just honored to be a part of America, and it feels like we're back, baby.
Yeah. Again, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but they were asking him a question about the match, and he goes into firefighters and doctors. So it all feels like one big, long hustle, and listen, people want entertainment. They want their eyes to be filled with something they haven't seen before. But for people who are, like, really into boxing, I don't know, maybe those people weren't even watching this. I don't know. I do know that all the way through, I was like, boy, that girl sounds like Rosie Perez. And that's because it was Rosie Perez. Again, Cedric the Entertainer and Rosie Perez, I don't know what that was all about, but
she has to do something in boxing because, I mean, she was there, like, a lot. It talked a ton.
She must be, yeah. Again, I don't follow this kind of stuff, but and then, of course, the Ring Girl went viral, which I'm sure is exactly what she was looking for. She was very tan and very greasy. But blonde and cute, and, a girl named Sydney Thomas was the Ring Girl. And
two very big reasons she went viral, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. They were standing right in front of her. But that's what you want. I mean, there was the Texas governor was there up front, too. Greg Abbott, the guy who was in the wheelchair. I think he's paralyzed. He was there ringside. And so, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter that these things are kind of contrived. And, I know the Paul brothers are local, and so there's a degree of interest in that area for that. But my thoughts always go back to my friend, the late, great Robert Schimmel. I know Rob knows him, too.
My favorite.
I don't watch wrestling, but I love boxing. I know Holyfield's fighting tonight. They asked him if he won, would he fight Mike Tyson for $50 million? He said, I have to think about it. For $50 million, I'd Tyson's in front of my parents. $1 million, $2 million, $3 million. Hey, Ma, you want a little of this? How bad could his taste for $50 million? Could spend $1 million on mouthwash and have a real nice life.
Yeah. Truer words. Yeah, so again, it felt like one big, whatever Jake Paul's company is, it just felt like one big commercial for that. And, some people don't care. But I know that there were people involved on the Tyson side, or people who had worked with him in the past, who are, very diligent in boxing. And they're like, I want nothing to do with this because this guy should not be in the ring, given his condition. Or at least because this was supposed to happen in July. And then, he got an ulcer, his spleen exploded or something, whatever that was.
Did you watch the women's match before?
That was great.
That girl's poor face. My God, her eye.
I mean, the undercards, listen, the first and only UFC fight I went to was a few years ago, and I went to the Conor McGregor fight at the T-Mobile Arena in Vegas. A buddy of mine got comped a bunch of tickets, and I was out there for my birthday, and so we went. And that's another one where it's like the undercards are more fun, and it was a mix of former athletes that were dabbling in UFC and things like that. But the Conor McGregor fight was the big one. And then he breaks his ankle in, 45 seconds in or whatever.
Oh, that was the fight you were at?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a drag.
Yeah. And so it's a full goddamn night of undercards, but those were more exciting because everybody's young and hungry. And I think people are getting tired of all these old dudes fighting,
Well, it's great watching those featherweight guys too, man, because they're like a couple of spider monkeys. Just the way that they fight each other is incredible. It's completely different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. So, the undercards were exciting. Okay. Hey, Josh in St. Louis.
Hey, Alan, how's it going?
What up, man?
So I agree that the Tyson fight was sad, is the word I would use. But I don't think that the fight was scripted. I think that we just looked at Tyson's old, and I don't think he did the cardio. I don't think he could put the cardio work in that he needed to after his health issue. And if you happen to see that interview with him and that little 14-year-old girl where he talked about how he doesn't think of himself as a legend, or and he doesn't even like that term because that means ego.
Yeah, he forgot he was talking to a kid.
I think it was because it was a kid that he might have said that. Got to remember, his daughter died, a few
Right.
years ago, and as a parent, I lost a daughter in between my two boys that was alive and then died, and you never get over it. And I just felt when he said that, he was like, I don't care about this. I think he knew that he was going to lose that fight.
A part of you...
I think that those... Go ahead.
I was going to say, under those circumstances, his and yours, a part of you breaks and never heals. So to put that into...
it's just something...
Yeah.
Yeah. And when he talked about it, I think that he knew he was going to lose the fight because he hadn't put the cardio in, and I think that he was feeling bad about himself. And then he never likes legacy talk. He doesn't like ego talk. He doesn't like legend talk. And it all started after his daughter died, where it's like... I think a lot of Mike Tyson died that day, when his little
also
girl
a lot of these
a
lot of these fights. This is a great example. These fights that are like game shows where the longer you stay on, the more money you make. So it's like it was not a fight that was going to be. You remember an old Tyson fight? He'd knock a guy out in 50 seconds, right? Because the money was all set.
Right.
Now they're like, you go 3 rounds and it's this, and then you get this, and it's so. Yeah. Thank you, Josh.
I would never bet on boxing, for crying out loud. It seems like it's all rigged to one extent or another. But I had one more thing to add was Brother ADX was talking about how Nazi protesters or whatever go to these white communities to do that. And I agree, but I think that's the smart thing to do. I live here in St. Louis during Ferguson, and all those riots happened in the black part of town. And right after the day after Ferguson happened, I went and dropped off my worker, who was a black guy who lived in the city, who's one of my bestest friends, now owns a business similar to mine and is doing great. Had a Puerto Rican girlfriend, and she was all hyped up about what's his name?
Michael Brown.
Whatever his name was. Michael Brown riots. And she was like, you know what? We're coming to your neighborhood next. We're coming to Jefferson County. And we're going to protest you and see how you like it. And I was like, I really hope that does not happen. Because if that happens, there will be people out there with guns that are lunatics on the right, that'll just, any excuse to pull their guns. I was like, and everybody out there has it legally. So you do not want to come down there and do that. So
the show me state means show me what you're packing, and I'm going to put it in your face. I was on that. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate it. I was on the air doing fill-in on a national show the day of Ferguson, and the calls were bananas from around the country because the show I was filling in for was airing on right-wing radio station, and the people who wanted me to fill in like me, but I go, I'm a liberal, right? Yeah, just do your thing or whatever, fine. But that was the day that Ferguson blew up, and the people that were calling, oh my God, this was pre-Trump, by the way. I can't even imagine what that would be now. But there's a lot of tinfoil hats on those people that are calling from all over the country. And, yeah. Okay, I've got to take a break. If you're on hold, if you can hold, I'll grab you on the way back. You want to send me a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. Email me there if you want. You can watch on our YouTube channel.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan is giving some stuff away.
All right, we got tickets for your Cleveland Cavaliers. Tuesday night, December the 3rd. It's 2 weeks from tomorrow night. Could they still be undefeated? Yeah, of course they could. Cavs are going to take on the Washington Wizards at the Romo Fijo. Tickets for the whole season are on sale. Of course, you get your tickets, all your info, scheduling, everything at Cavs.com. So you want to go, you and a pal, Cavs, Wizards on the 3rd, 2 weeks from tomorrow night. Romo Fijo. Call 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Some things are too good to be true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True that.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send me a text? Cavs win again last night against the Charlotte Hornets here at home. They're off tonight, and then they will be in Boston tomorrow night. Play the Celtics at 7 o'clock. That's your tip-off there on MMS. You can also listen on the iHeartRadio app if you listen to us on the app. From out of state, I like to know where people are. If you watch live, you know that map behind me is all of our bureau chiefs. We just heard from Josh, who listens in St. Louis. Justin is one of our chiefs up in Buffalo. How about that Buffalo game? Andy listens in Belgrade, Montana. Sandra is in Jacksonville, North Carolina. John listens on Sealy Lake in Montana. Lexi is at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. And Ty is a listener in Bardstown, Kentucky. And then Joe is just in our backyard of Stowe, Ohio.
How's it going? I'm sorry, dude. I didn't realize you were calling me in then. Hey, you guys were talking about basically old men fighting with the Tyson Paul event going on, but I didn't know if you were aware. There was another old man fight, or not as drastic, on Saturday. Cleveland's own Stipe Miocic contended for the title against John Jones and pretty much got his butt whooped. Wasn't really close. A couple buddies of ours went down to B-dubs to watch, but man, 42 fighting in a heavyweight division against one of the best, probably the best MMA fighter of all time. He looked old.
Yeah, but also,
old.
Stipe hasn't fought in 4 years, right?
Yes, I think it's like 3 years, well, 3.5, something like that.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, it was night and day. It was sad to watch, to be honest with you, because I'm a big Stipe fan. We've watched all his fights. We went to it when we was in Cleveland. We went to the title fight that he had then, and this was sad. It was really sad to watch.
Well,
he got paid.
He got paid, and his legacy is intact. You know what I mean? Like he's most accomplished heavyweight in UFC history. I mean, that's not gonna go away.
No, that's not going to go away at all, but it's a rough way to go out on it. But, hey, 30, whatever he got on it, it's a nice parachute to
good for him.
Go into retirement with.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Joe.
Yep, thanks.
Do you have a thought from now, like, as to what happens next? Are you going to continue fighting, or do you think this is it?
I'm done. I'm hanging them up. I'm retiring. Thank God.
Well, Steve, you've had an incredible career. You're the most accomplished heavyweight of all time. It's been an amazing ride, and thank you for everything.
See? He goes, I'm out, I'm done. Hanging up the whatevers.
And going out losing to John Jones isn't necessarily the worst thing either. I mean, that dude is insane.
He's a beast.
And he was pretty pissed off. Did you see in the weigh-ins when he went to shake his hand? Stipe put his hand out. John said he shook him off, didn't shake his hand. And he said something about not talking about his children. So Stipe said he didn't recall saying it.
He said something about
something along the lines of when talking about John Jones, said something like, at least my kids will know that I wasn't an a-hole.
Oh, I see.
And John Jones took exception, obviously, with that, and
Understood.
off they went. So I don't know if that also played into it. When you're fighting with passion, it's a whole different ballgame.
Right. Well, listen, I looked at that, I felt like Stipe was kind of already retired. He's soft retired. And so to come back and, you figure, well, maybe I will. But by the way, that was him talking to Joe Rogan at the end there. Rogan has the ear of a lot of Trumpers, Maybe he should suggest Stipe for Secretary of the Treasury. Have they nailed that one down yet?
I don't think so.
Just put Stipe's name in there.
Probably the MyPillow guy is my guess.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'd pick Stipe over Mike Lindell. Who wouldn't? Stipe Miocic, Secretary of the Treasury. Who was the last guy when Trump? Steve Mnuchin, the Hollywood dude. They all hate Hollywood liberals until they go, oh, I want to be one. But yeah, I don't know. Put his name in there. That would be exciting. For him and for Alan, I'm really interested in what you guys were talking about last week about the Onion purchasing InfoWars. Yeah, did I not enunciate that properly? I think InfoWars is still a standalone, independent film company. Alex Jones does call us, though, occasionally. He still wants some kind of platform.
Alan, this is Alex Jones. You got the real Alex Jones. You know I'm always days behind because I got a lot going on. I'm in a lot of litigation. I can't listen to your damn liberal-ass show in real time. I don't know who that was you were playing last Thursday, who you thought was me, who said you turned the frogs gay. That wasn't me. That didn't sound like me. These liberal asses are trying to take my name, and they took my brain force, Alan. Stop playing these imposters on your damn show.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
That sounds the same to me. I guarantee that's the same guy.
This crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm going to say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs.
Mm-hmm. Brian, what do you think?
We need more sluts.
I agree. He always comes in with something good. Alan, I saw all the ads for that fight, and I thought it was going to be John Jones against Michael Stipe. Listen,
shiny and happy.
Shiny and happy out there. Everybody hurts. No, listen. Stipe. Michael Stipe, of course. Well, to the best of my knowledge, he is not a fighter of any stripe. I think he's a lover, more so than a fighter. Juanita is in St. Louis, too. Boy, St. Louis must just... I was on in St. Louis for many years. St. Louis must just be abuzz with what's happening with Alan Cox Show version 3.0, Rob.
I think so.
We love us some WMMS and Alan Cox.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. But I wanted to speak about what Josh was talking about because Josh was really only talking about the people that he knew, and that even was on the actual news because in St. Louis... If Josh would have been paying attention, and it was probably too woke of a news for him, but in St. Louis during the George Floyd protests, they specifically went to a mansion, ladled neighborhood with lots of white people, and these two lawyers came out brandishing guns.
They were they got memed. Those two came out there. They were like you're right. They were full on brandishing. They were out there in full brandish.
Not a black-only neighborhood, Josh.
Right.
Josh, you need to leave Farmington or wherever it is that you said that you're from down south and ask St. Louis neighborhoods are very segregated, but he has no idea what he's actually talking about in this instance.
Well, but what he said, yeah, okay. I mean, you're both right. That's the thing. He
doesn't represent St. Louis at all.
Oh, and you do. Where are you, Kirkwood or Webster Groves? Where are you? Did she leave? Where are you, Juanita?
I can hear you now. I'm driving through a storm going to Chicago, actually. Yeah, it's raining.
Going to see what?
Going to Chicago.
Oh, going to Chicago.
Your
I thought she
neck of the hood.
Yeah, I thought my neck of the hood. Yeah, I thought she was said she's going to see Spago. And okay, well, that's a long drive, Juanita. So be careful out there. All right.
I'm almost there. Almost there.
Right. Well, beautiful. All right, have fun.
Love you guys.
All right, love you too. There's Juanita in St. Louis en route to Chicago. There you go. She'll still be in traffic for another 3 hours. I'm going home for Thanksgiving next week. I'm taking my daughter so she can see her cousins. And Thanksgiving is the one time of year I have set in stone that I will always make at home. I try to make it home a couple times a year, but Thanksgiving is the one that I have promised my family is unequivocally that's when I'll be home. And so I'm taking my third grader so she can see everybody. And but it'll just be a couple of days at home. I don't stay at the house. I want to be in a hotel. I would prefer to be in a hotel. My mom's always like, you stay here at the house. I'm like, I really don't want to. Because all my siblings live in the area, so they have their houses. But it's like, I don't want to, I don't know. There's a weird thing, I don't want to sleep at the house. My mom has chihuahuas. I want to be, I like hotels. When I travel, I like hotels. I like a place I can go back to, crash out, hang out with my kid. But they can be noisy. I don't care for that, There's kids running up and down the hall. And the thing is, hotels now, of whatever stripe, you can spend, it's maybe less so the more you spend. But they have fewer and fewer people staffing these hotels. It was COVID staffing for a while, and then people got used to that. So they were like, well, we're not going to put more people on. So there's just fewer people to police the joint. And I'm sure you've been in a hotel where there's a family in one of the other rooms and the kids are running up and down the hallway all night. I'm like, what is happening here? And you can call the front desk and they'll go, oh, we'll send somebody up. Except they're not going to send somebody up because the only somebody there is the girl you just talked to at the front desk.
I just come out screaming.
Out of the door?
Underwear. Listen, you little son of a bitch. Trying to sleep in here.
Yeah. You are in a diaper. It's 4:30 in the morning. Why are you running up and down the hallway?
The parents want to knock one out so they let the kid run around for a few minutes.
But it's like multiple kids. Always. Yeah, some people will have like birthday parties at a hotel where they'll have a couple of adjacent rooms and they're full of kids and, that's probably not that uncommon. But I'm like, oh my goodness. They have not caught all of those monkeys. Now, we're not going to catch lightning in a bottle again, all right? Last week, we went off on the South Carolina monkeys, those research lab monkeys, and they said that they had gotten most of them. 43 had escaped. I think by airtime, about 18 of them had been caught. I couldn't figure out how they were getting them. They were luring them with Fruit Loops, which I didn't realize. This is a good bit of info to put in your pocket if you're ever monkey adjacent. And, I wouldn't recommend like at the zoo or something, but I didn't know that they could lure monkeys with Fruit Loops. They had monkeys and PB&Js, and they lured them out. And so now they got more of them, but I thought that they got all of them, and they didn't. Unless there's some update today, there are still 8 of these monkeys on the loose. 8 monkeys on the loose. You might remember the song from Saga. Anyone? And so they have yet to get the rest of these monkeys. And now they have escaped emus. So I don't know what the hell. I know we have a lot of listeners in South Carolina. I don't know what the hell is going on down there in South Carolina. What is South Carolina? The Palmetto State or something like that?
That's a very good question.
They've got monkeys, rhesus macaques, no relation, that are running around down there. And now they have escaped emus, too. And they're named Thelma and Louise. And they are running around. And they're trying to get them. Now, for AC here, my one and only emu king is one Emmanuel Todd Lopez, all right? All others are pretenders to the throne. The rest of you emus can suck it. But now they got monkeys and emus on the loose down there. And so you have, I have to imagine those are 2 different search groups. They probably have Team Monkey and they have an emu force or something.
Yeah, but I guarantee you if Team Monkey sees an emu, you switch teams pretty quick, or vice versa. Those little monkeys are tiny, man.
Yeah,
They're
they
hard
are.
to find.
Yeah. And I wonder, they say, would you rather fight, 100 midgets or a grizzly or whatever?
Mm.
I wonder who would emerge victorious in the emu v. rhesus macaque fight. Would it be a Jake Paul, Mike Tyson situation all over again in the animal kingdom?
So you're saying fight 1 emu or 8 macaque monkeys?
No. If they, let's say theoretically they run into each other in the wild, right? That Venn diagram becomes a circle, and there's an emu facing down one of these monkeys. Emus are much bigger, but I bet that monkey's more agile. And he's all hopped up on Fruit Loops. Just because he has them doesn't mean he's been ensnared by your government researchers. And so Thelma and Louise escaped about 3 hours north of where they're looking for these monkeys. And so they've got a whole situation going on down there in South Carolina. They say that the emus have been on the loose for a while. They refer to them as feral and not trained. So feral emus, for a lot of people, their only exposure is through insurance commercials. And they think that they're going to run out there and find them and go, oh, it'll be fine. I'll recognize him by his aviator sunglasses and his smart button-down short-sleeve shirt. That's not, as I understand it, that's not what emus look like in the wild. I don't think they're wearing sunglasses and shirts and ties. So just...
All of this sounds like a punchline for a bad Madagascar movie.
Something.
You know
or
what I mean?
or the greatest Madagascar movie of all time.
The live-action Madagascar movie starring monkeys and emus.
Yep.
Cows.
Emu v. macaque. When they all get together and fight. Emus are big. I mean, I've told my story of when I was a teenager and I was dealing with ostriches. And those are the biggest birds. Emus are just a bit smaller. They can't fly. They're huge. They're like the second largest living bird is an emu.
They're not, the ostriches are the ones that are just miserable, right? They spit at you and stuff.
Yeah. You really got to give them a wide berth.
The a-hole of the birds.
Yeah. Yep. As far as a-holes in the aviary go, it's ostriches, emus, blue jays.
Blue jays.
Yeah. The a-holes of the sky. And so, emus are big, and these are females, hence the names. They're Thelma and Louise, and they're about 150-pound birds. They're not native to this country, and boy, do they act like it. They're walking around all puffed up. Hey, I'm just here for a good time. I'm not here for a long time. And so this is probably when they get the herding dogs out. I don't know.
I have to assume a 150-pound bird probably isn't too hard to find.
Well, one of the guys said that one of these emus had been attacked by the dogs they sent after them, and the bird killed all 3 of the dogs.
Whoa.
So the emu, I don't know how emu v. macaque would go, but emu v. herding dogs, it's emu 1 in that situation. If your dog's trying to attack her, she will fight back. And so people in the community, again, these people are still reeling from the monkey escape, and now they have to contend with a couple of giant flightless birds. But I would like to envision that, like, the remainder of the monkeys all split up and are riding victoriously on the backs of the 2 emus, right? Just, I don't know. That's what I'd like to envision.
Two families of 4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a lot of bureau chiefs there in the great state of South Carolina. So just, I know I don't have to tell you to keep your head on a swivel, but emu. Emu. Am I saying emu? Emu. Whatever. You know what I'm talking about. So between your ostriches, somebody else mentions cassowaries. My mom used to make a green bean one that was to die for. It's really good. Put the French fried onions on top. And so, the monkeys and the emus. Now, also in South Carolina, there's a teacher who is suing for sexual harassment because of a 10-year-old student who has hugged her too much. And the girl's mom is crestfallen.
He feels the same way I do, hurt, confusion. I feel like school should be a safe place, and him not feeling that way anymore has him in a world of emotions right now.
A lot of emotions. Maybe the kid, see, this is what they need to determine, is if the kid did the thing with the hug and then you slide the hand down. Oof.
Well, he's 10, so you probably slide the hand up.
With the hug, the arms are behind. Slide the, you know what I mean? Like the hug.
Oh, I see.
You slide the hand down.
I thought you meant just from where he was.
No.
Height-wise.
And it might be a girl. I don't know. He laid his head on her chest while he hugged her. Oh, I see. So that's why it's still ridiculous that she's claiming sexual harassment. The kid's 10. You know? He's biologically a eunuch. He doesn't know what's going on. But I envision like the hands and slid down, you know. He's like, Miss Garcia got some cakes.
He's clearly a boob guy.
Yeah, I guess so. And then she said it was another time that he pressed his body into hers and wrapped his arms around her. And she said that she told him hugging from behind is very inappropriate and not to do it again. This maybe it's a special needs child. I don't know. And she said that he put his hands on her hip and side area trying to hug her from behind. And that was the incident that led her to file the case. Sexual harassment by a 10-year-old. This is like the exact opposite of what teachers are normally getting in trouble with. Or for. They're getting in trouble for like banging teenage students. This one is like, I'm taking it to the extreme in the opposite direction. I don't want any physical contact at all from any student.
It literally sounds like the kid walked in on his parents doing something. Hey, Mom and Dad, what are you doing? He's got her the exact same way. We're hugging. We're hugging. It's just a hug.
Yeah. Why are there rubber sheets on the bed? Mom and Dad?
It's just a hug, honey.
Just a hug.
It's just a hug.
Yep. Mommy and I are wrestling. I'm going to teach her the fireman's carry.
Our special hug sheets.
Now get the hell out of here, Timmy. Mommy's, I'm just about ready to finish my hug. All right, I got a break. Nile tickets. You into the metal? You know, we do a metal show here. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. WMMS and 2 Hours to Midnight presenting that Nile tour. Nile and 6 Feet Under on the Revenge of the Underworld tour, and they're bringing other bands with them. It's end of January at the Agora, and I will have tickets for you coming back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero Waffle Doodle Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Cloudy tonight, a slight chance of rain down to 48. Tomorrow, rain with a high of 60.
Under. I don't have to sell you on that. They're on the Revenge of the Underworld tour. WMMS, 2 hours to midnight, our metal show presenting. And they've got some good bands coming with them. Psychroptic and Embryonic Autopsy. Now you're talking. It's all going to go down Thursday, January 23rd at the world-famous Agora. AgoraCleveland.com always has the details on those shows. Nile and 6 Feet Under. A couple of tickets for you. Caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross, it's weird, it's not right, it's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. Are we gonna do what they say can't be done? We've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. I'm eastbound, just watch no bandit run. Keep your foot hard on the pedal, son, never mind them brakes. Let it all hang out, cause we got a run to make. The boys are thirsty in Atlanta, and there's beer in Texarkana.
Is that a thing anymore? Bootlegging, like running. Smokey and the Bandit was about them running beer interstate, right? I know It used to be you couldn't have Yingling outside of, but that's not a thing anymore, is it?
I don't think so. I know that. I mean, there's plenty of beers that you can't get outside of a certain area, but I don't think
you can
anybody's
transport them.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the Smokey and the Bandit. The whole premise of that was that they were bootlegging beer across state lines, right? They had to get it.
Coors Banquets.
There you go.
Yeah, they drove down and made it back, and was it 40 hours? I don't remember what
beer
it was. 24 hours?
Texarkana.
One of my favorite movies of all time.
Love it. The late, great Jerry Reed. But I was thinking of this when I saw, Sammy Hagar famously has a tequila brand. Well, he keeps having tequila brands. That's how Sammy Hagar is one of the richest guys in rock and roll. He had Van Halen money, of course, and he's an accomplished solo artist. But he sold Cabo Wabo tequila to somebody. When you're famous and you have one of these alcohol brands, you end up selling it for like $1 billion. Well, anyway, he started another one with Guy Fieri.
Santo
Tequila.
It's very good.
And they just had $1 million of it stolen in a heist. After the trucks crossed the border, it was a very coordinated heist, apparently, because they had hired a trucking company to bring these across. And they're thinking that the people in that trucking company coordinated with other people to switch trucks. That's what it sounds like when they got over here. So $1 million of their product was stolen. And they said it's a huge setback to their brand. Of course, they have to say, we're really glad nobody was hurt. But there's a lot of screaming and yelling, with your staff. But I just love the notion of a tequila heist. $1 million worth of tequila. I've never had Santo tequila.
It's delicious.
Okay. I did a charity event a few years ago with Sammy Hagar, and I think he was promoting Santo tequila. And I love tequila. I just didn't take the opportunity to try any. So they were hijacked in Laredo, Texas. It's a border town. Laredo is tough stuff, man. They've got like reality cop shows about Laredo, Texas. Just after it crossed the border, a total of 4,000 cases of tequila, which took 39 months to make, were stolen. The trucks were illegally double brokered to different carriers who then transferred the products to their trucks.
And there's no way to trace that. You know what I mean?
No, they spoofed the GPS tracking signals and everything. So it's a very coordinated and sophisticated effort. And Sammy's like, we're just getting this company off the ground. If I'm left to only live from the revenue of my last tequila company sale, what's a guy to do? Sammy's like the rock and roll Jimmy Buffett.
Please don't ever say that again.
Listen, every genre has its Jimmy Buffett. Kenny Chesney is country's. Sammy is the rock and roll Jimmy Buffett.
I'll come up with somebody else. Somebody I like much less than Sammy Hagar because I hate Jimmy Buffett.
What is Now, she doesn't rise to the level of a parrot head, but my wife very much enjoys Jimmy Buffett. What is, just the vibe, right? What is the aversion to Jimmy Buffett? I've gone to precisely one Jimmy Buffett show. It was at Blossom years ago. It was pouring rain, so that really sucked. We're out there in ponchos, and I just went to be a cool guy. I couldn't care less about Jimmy Buffett. If I hear a song or two, it's fine. The guy made a pretty mean burger back in the day. It's all good. I don't understand this blue hot aversion people have to Jimmy Buffett.
It's everything.
I think it's the fans people don't like.
That's
I think
part
it's
of
the
it.
parrot heads.
That's part of it. I mean, listen, he's a brilliant, right? You want to pick his brain on a marketing thing because he somehow took trash, garbage music and made a career out of that.
Is that what it is? I mean, he's another guy that it took him 3 or 4 albums to get going. Like Margaritaville obviously catapulted him. But before that, he was just like a singer-songwriter guy. He wasn't doing all the, I'm a sailor and here's what I like on my burger. He wasn't doing all that, right? He was like a late 60s, early 70s singer-songwriter.
Right. And then he found out that writing songs for rich white people on boats was the way to go.
Well,
and it turned into just... God, I mean, dude, when we talk about singer-songwriters, Jimmy Buffett is listed and is now, by the way, in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame before some of the biggest bands on the planet. Right? And read the lyrics to Cheeseburger and
No,
I like
know.
mine with lettuce and tomato.
Trust me.
Heinz 57 and French. Get out of here.
Trust me. Every time I make fun of him in the house, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I like potatoes and tomatoes. I'm like, this guy put a menu to music. Okay.
Blew out my flip-flop. Get out of here.
I know. But again, they're catchy songs. But the guy has written an ass ton of songs. It struck me as, it's not my favorite artist or whatever, but it seemed like he knew how to turn a phrase. It's very pun heavy, and I'm never going to get on a I hate puns high horse. But he seemed like a good songwriter. Like he could crank out songs. These are all like the novelty songs that people associate him with. But I could never figure out the aversion to Jimmy Buffett as a thing.
We can dedicate a whole show to it, and I'll tell you every reason
so you're
I hate
in that
Jimmy
group.
Buffett.
You're in that blue hot hatred for Jimmy Buffett.
I hate
You
Jimmy
don't like
Buffett.
changes in latitudes, changes in attitudes?
You know, it's just not going to be played at my funeral. Nope.
All right.
And I got to be honest with you, I'm ready to take my headphones off right now and just talk to you in here with this god-awful. This is the most Jimmy Buffett I've ever listened to.
5 o'clock somewhere.
Oh, my God. It's so bad.
All right.
So bad. And he turned it into a $1 billion thing.
Yeah.
That's where I'm like, he's a marketing genius, right?
There are retirement communities.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everything.
Blender, margarita mixers and whatever.
My eye, look at my eye is twitching.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Although I put my face up to we were in the flats. What was it for? Might have been, there was a bunch of us down there, and we were looking for a place to go into. And yeah, it was on a weeknight, but everything in the flats was supposedly open. Like, I put my face up to the window at Margaritaville because I was just looking for a rooftop at that point, and there was nobody in there. And I'm like, they go, yeah, but it's like a Wednesday. I go, it's 8:30. Like the sign on the door says open till 10 or something. There's nobody in there, closed.
Yeah, 8:30, Alan. The people that go there have been asleep since 6:30.
I know, that's the joke, but I'm saying the sign on the door said open till 10.
Sure.
So, I mean, listen, I worked in restaurants, you know. If you get to the point in the night where you really nobody's going to show up, you go, let's call it, right? That was fine dining. If you're running a Margaritaville, you stay open until, it doesn't matter if there's nobody in there. Doors are open until it says you're closed.
I've returned Christmas presents. No joke. I got a Margaritaville chair, like the beach chairs when I lived in Rhode Island. Right back to the store. I'm like, nope.
So you won't even in the interest of just having something convenient and ostensibly comfortable, like a camping chair or whatever, if it's got the Margaritaville logo feces on it, you want nothing to do with it.
There will be $0 of my dollars ever sent to anything Jimmy Buffett related.
Wow.
Ever. I can't do it.
There's fins to the left and fins
so
to the
crap.
right.
Stop.
And you're the old. Wow, I know
Do
how
you
to
see my
torture you
point?
now. Yeah.
Listen
Hey,
to this
everybody.
crap.
about habits.
Oh, my God almighty.
All right, listen.
Awful.
I just remember when I was in Pittsburgh, I was dating a girl who was a bartender downtown, and the place was it was right across. It was on the street where the Clemente Bridge is to PNC Park, and it's right downtown. So it's not like you can have like a Blossom tailgate, right? And Jimmy Buffett was playing PNC Park, and it was in the afternoon, and the whole street was full of parrot heads. And I understood why that got people upset, because it looks like a lot of like weekend warriors and 1%ers in Hawaiian shirts getting hammered. But whatever. You know, if you go, again, when I saw him at Blossom years ago, it's people with a flatbed full of sand and okay, whatever. But it's your money, it's your life, it's fine. So I always figured that was the resistance people had were to the parrot heads themselves. And I can see why the music wouldn't be anybody's cup of tea. But, man, do people want nothing to do with anything he's doing.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Zero.
Yeah.
I even ask what kind of tortilla chips are these? They're Margaritaville. Okay, I'll skip the... I will not have these chips, these lime-flavored Jimmy Buffett chips.
I was living in Kalamazoo, Michigan still, and there was a Cheeseburger in Paradise location there. I think those are all long gone. But I went in one time, and the food was bomb. And maybe I got him on a good night. I was surprised. I was like, wow.
Did you get it with lettuce and tomato? Heinz
No.
57? Did you get French fried potatoes too?
I hadn't committed the lyrics to memory, but I think that might be how they served it.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah.
God, it's so bad. I'm so happy I'm not hooked up to a blood pressure monitor right now.
Alan Robb just made my shrimp list with his trash talk about Jimmy Buffett.
Signed Gertrude.
Yeah. Yep. Listen, this is not a hill you're going to knock Rob off of, right?
Nope.
If you feel that strongly about something, this is where it belongs.
Lifelong hatred.
Wow.
Yep.
So it'll be my new weekly segment, Torturing Rob with Buffett, will premiere tomorrow. We're going to do like a Malcolm McDowell Clockwork Orange type situation where I got the eyes open and I'm gonna.
We could do the entire Jimmy Buffett discography.
Yeah, I'm gonna strobe flash Jimmy Buffett videos in front of his eyes and play the songs. No, again, I don't have a dog in that fight, so I find it entertaining when because people who do like him
love him.
Yeah, well, yeah, they go, oh yeah, okay. Now, I'm one of those people. If I hear a song, I go, oh, okay, it's fine, right? I'd never buy an album. I would never, I plus one to the concert. That's fine. But some people are really, into it. Parrot heads. It's like the Dead for older.
Yeah.
And not like that's a bad example because the Dead have a super old audience too. But people. I follow Jimmy Buffett. Do you?
Nope.
I mean, the music can absolutely get monotonous. I'll say that. It's all kind of guitars and steel drums, and it's the patter in between that I know the fans really like that I cannot abide. That, yeah, it might be rainy here in Cuyahoga Falls, but in our brains, it's all sunny and 87. I mean, that was the extent of the, patter. But what a life that guy created for himself. What a life. And by the way, what I always think of is when he died, the people who came, Paul McCartney was just beside himself. He's like, Jimmy Buffett is one of my best friends. He's a phenomenal songwriter and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, wow, man.
And I lost respect for a Beatle that day, Alan.
So he's like, and that was the day that Ringo became my favorite.
Yep.
But no, I'm like, who would know better than his peers in the industry, right?
I'm sure he was a perfectly nice guy.
No, Paul McCartney said he was a phenomenal songwriter, is what he said.
Paul McCartney's elderly. He's forgetting
I've
things.
never written a song. I shouldn't say that. I've written a couple of songs for bands I played in. I'm not a songwriter. I think I'm pretty good with words. Songwriting is not easy. It's not like writing a story or a poem or,
Dude, let's again look at the lyrics and tell me that songwriting isn't easy. Anybody could write that. Anybody.
Anybody could write Cheeseburger in Paradise.
or Margaritaville or Finn's or any of those ridiculous Jimmy Buffett anthems. Anybody could have written those. Yes, once you have a niche, you can write whatever you want.
Why didn't they?
Because they didn't realize that it would be what it was.
If they could have, why didn't they?
I struck lightning in a bottle. Let me write another song that sucks ass about beaches.
A pirate looks at 40? I don't know where the volcano blows, but I'm going to be gone.
Just pure trash.
Drivel.
Oh, my God.
Can you immediately conjure another artist in your brain that inspires the same vitriol as Jimmy Buffett?
No.
Wow.
Nope. There are things I dislike. I hate Jimmy Buffett.
Well, according to the audience, the people who are texting me at least, that small sample size.
Probably think I'm an idiot.
No, they're 50-50.
Okay.
Alan, I thought I would never know anybody who hated Buffett as much as me. I've bartended for years, and trust me, this is Steffi. Bartenders hate him more than anyone else. It's music for drunks. Lifelong parrot here. Rob is spitting fighting words. You know what? You hear how fired up he is? He will fight.
I mean, no disrespect.
He was actually a decent songwriter if you go deeper into the catalog, this person says. I actually hate the gimmicks, but the songs were where it's at. Okay, well, listen. That's all I was saying, is that if you go past the Margaritavilles, the things that made him the money. You got to
never made it that far, Alan.
For most people, the bands that you really, really love, you haven't heard most of their music because their entire discography, you're not listening to the whole album back to back. I mean, maybe some people are.
I don't know, dude. If you have a favorite band, you know their entire thing. You know everything they ever recorded. You've heard it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I've heard every Beatles recording. I've heard everything from Led Zeppelin.
And now you have to zip past the McCartney penned tracks.
Well,
because of
I'll give him a pass. Like I said, he might have early onset dementia, something like that.
How many people out there are ready to get on? It's a
Jesus
Friday.
Christ.
It might be a Tuesday night in Cuyahoga Falls, but it's a Friday night somewhere. Well, anyway, the guy is dead, and
I won't comment on that. I don't want to see anybody ill, but damn it sucks.
Alan, he never had the time to figure out his song "Hot Dog in Purgatory." I like mine with mustard, but no ketchup. A sport pepper and a poppy seed bun. Wow. Well, I didn't know. I thought I was just going to take a... Again, I was just mentioning Sammy Hagar's tequila shipment getting heisted, him and Guy Fieri.
Well, you made a massive mistake in
and
comparing Sammy Hagar.
Sammy is the guy in Rock who's like, hey, let's have tequila, and we got our feet in the sand and all that. So I said Sammy, to me, is the Rock Jimmy Buffett.
Margaritaville.
And Rob went ape shrimp.
Is no Mas Tequila. I will take Mas Tequila all day long, before I ever listen to a second of one of those other songs.
Yeah. I just fell in love with Rob. Somebody texted. F Buffett. Hate Buffett, somebody else says. 100% with Rob on this. I also can't stand him. Like Rob, I'm from the East Coast. Rob just got my seal of approval.
Maybe that's it, because there were all these stories about those parties in the parking lots. There was a venue called Great Woods back in Massachusetts, and they were complaining. There was this huge news story. I'm sure I can find it. About the mess that they would leave behind. And it wasn't like a mess of a rock festival concert. It was a mess of, like, they were leaving crap buckets in the parking lots.
Yeah,
like,
that's gross.
Like, it's disgusting.
Yeah, it's gross.
Disgusting.
Yeah. Hey, at least they didn't dump him in the Chicago River like the Dave Matthews Band.
Whoops.
Yeah. This person refers to Jimmy Buffett as an oxygen bandit. All right. Anywho. Alan, they lost me at the $17 margaritas in Jamaica. And that doesn't sound that expensive. If you're going to some touristy joint in Jamaica, everything is $17. Hey, can I get a glass of water? Yeah, that'll be $15.
I went hungry on a flight home from Jamaica. Went hungry in the airport because the only thing open was a Margaritaville, and I refused to eat in it. My wife had something to eat.
Yeah.
I sat in my chair grumpy and mad at her that she ate at Margaritaville.
You weren't going to give that guy one thin kroner towards his lifestyle.
Nope, but my wife did.
Did she have the French fried potato
I'm sure
and
she
an
did.
ice cold beer?
Some gimmicky crap.
Which way do I steer? All right. I got a break. And not a moment too soon. Let Rob cool off. All right. 35192. You want to text? And we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
A connection built for everywhere. That's life unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Mr. Hero is spicing things up with their new Nashville Hot Waffle Doodle. This takes spicy chicken to a whole new level. If you crave sweet heat, the Nashville Hot Waffle Doodle can't be beat.
Some good food, a waffle doodle, where's that? Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents down. Kia of Streetsboro, stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro, Kia of Streetsboro.com.
As we turn back the clocks, Kia of Streetsboro is turning back prices during their Daylight Saving Event. Get the best deals from way back when right now on any new Kia in stock at Kia of Streetsboro. They're rolling back down payments and monthly payments with interest rates as low as 0%. These are the kind of blowout prices you have to see to believe. Plus, you can roll back those prices even more when you trade in your current ride. Use that extra hour to cruise around in your brand new Kia. It's daylight saving time at Kia of Streetsboro. Seize the road at Kia of Streetsboro or KiaofStreetsboro.com, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro, stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro, Kia of Streetsboro.com.
See dealer for details. Expires 11/30/24.
Hey, it's Josh Cribbs. Just so I don't have to worry about the holiday prep, I go to one of my favorite spots, the Blue Herring Brewery and Event Center in Medina for their Thanksgiving Take and Bake. They hook me up with some of my favorite Thanksgiving meals. For ordering information, go to BlueHerringMedina.com. Let's tackle Thanksgiving together.
This is your Monday Sports Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Hi, this is Bill Krackenberger from Fox Sports Radio's Countdown to Kickoff, presented to you by BetMGM. Tonight we have the Dallas Cowboys at home getting 7 points from the Houston Texans. The Dallas Cowboys have forever been known as America's team, but this season they're not even known as Texas's team. Lots of fans in Texas are jumping the Jerry Jones ship and rooting for Houston these days. The Texans are still in position to make the playoffs, even though they lost their last two. Tough one last week, boy. Going over to the Cowboys side now. Their season's basically over with Dak out. But do they have any fight left to win the state of Texas? We'll see. Good luck tonight. Enjoy the game.
New BetMGM customers can download the app today using code MINUTE to receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if they don't win their first bet. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. New customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Alan. Cars for Kids is hands down the quickest, fastest way to get rid of your old car, no matter what shape it's in. So do a good thing without cutting into your schedule at all. Just go to carsforkids.org today. And remember, that's cars with a K.
You can use your phone at a doctor's office. You can use your phone at a football game. You can even use your phone at an amusement park. But one place you should never use your phone is behind the wheel. Fines now start at $150. So remember, Ohio, phones down. It's the law.
$5, that's a deal, yeah. I got McDonald's money. One meal just to make me feel better. All I wanna know is, can I get up? Juicy double patty, the McNuggets so crisp, and the fries go to yellow, yeah, McDonald's don't miss, yeah. Order on the app or the drive-thru quick, yeah. $5, that's a deal, yeah. I got McDonald's money.
Watching Clorox Cleanup Spray dissolve tough grime in the shower feels like...
Wait, this really just happened? I'm shocked. Underwear and everything?
It feels like being able to zip up your overpacked suitcase on the first try.
Smooth.
With Clorox, clean feels satisfying. Clean feels good. Use as directed.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors.
Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
Shop Dell Technologies' Black Friday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Black Friday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Add $179 million in total cash prizes.
Mom, what are you doing?
Mix in 3 parts bills, bonus boxes, and multipliers.
Is this some kind of recipe?
Gradually stir in a ton of excitement.
Oh, you're trying to make Ohio Lottery holiday scratch-offs, aren't you? Stop overcomplicating things. Just go buy all your favorites like Holiday Cash, Holiday Lucky Times 10, and Merry Money.
Oh, that is easier.
Uh-huh.
Now help sift non-winning tickets into My Lotto Rewards for a second chance to win.
Play Holiday Scratch-Offs. Lottery players are subject to Ohio laws and condition regulations. Play responsibly.
Save at Circle K Fuel Day Pop-Up on November 21st at 4 to 7 p.m. Save big on every gallon of fuel. Look for Circle K on the pumps to fuel up for less this Thursday, November 21st from 4 until 7 p.m. at Circle K's.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with the AAA gift membership for only $35. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit us online at AAA.com/gift. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply.
Traffic.
From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if you were injured because of medical malpractice, call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. In Lindale, a wreck on 71 North near Bel Air in the right lane. Police, EMS, and now fire on scene. Word of an accident on Broadway Avenue near East 71st Street. Slow traffic showing up on the northbound side of the Jennings Freeway between Harvard-Denison and the 94-90 split. In our belt south, the slow go Lakeside to Chester. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Quality Water Systems. Sick of low water pressure when you need it the most? A constant water pressure system can fix that. Whether it's a shower, laundry, or dishes, enjoy steady water pressure throughout your entire home. Right now, they're offering $100 off the system. Visit drinkquality.com today for more details.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard.
The home of the buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
You use your microphone for f***ing, you think you're powerful and smart? You're a f***ing idiot.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com to email me. Otherwise, you can watch. Find the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. Cavaliers win again and remain undefeated last night. 128-114 over the Hornets. Cavs are now 15-0. They will play the Celtics in Boston tomorrow night. It's a 7 o'clock tip. 6:30 pregame when we get going around here. And then the Cavs come home for 3 games. Pardon me. Pelicans, Raptors, Hawks in quick succession. And then the Celtics will come here. And the word Muni, M-U-N-I, that's your promo code for the month of November. Still got some time to use that. 20% off whatever you want at CLEclothingco.com. Was this LaMelo Ball thing at the game last night? He got fined. He plays for the Hornets, yeah?
Yeah.
He got fined $100,000. Headline I saw was, fined $100,000 for anti-gay slur during TV interview. And I'm thinking the F word. I'm like, how the hell? There's no way you're going to slip that into an interview just randomly or as a slip. You see the LaMelo Ball clip?
I haven't seen it. No.
Wow.
I'm looking at it now.
You can barely even hear it. He says no homo.
That's it?
I don't understand that in the context of what they're talking about at all, but okay. But also, you can barely hear it. Oh, this must have happened. Okay, this happened in Milwaukee. So they didn't make him available to reporters before the game last night here in Cleveland. And, of course, he said he's very apologetic. But it's so random, and I don't understand. Well, I'll play it for you here. And God bless you if you can figure out where he says it. I had to listen to it 2 or 3 times.
What did you see right here when Giannis took that shot and everyone was underneath the basket for that rebound?
You said that last play when he took the shot? Yeah, we loaded up. No, that's what we wanted. Put the hand up and then just live with the results.
You hear it?
Yeah.
We loaded up, no homo. And I don't even understand the context.
Neither do I.
I don't know if maybe I'm 100 years old. I mean, obviously everybody knows what, no homo gets worked into things, but that's usually like, bro, those jeans look awesome on you.
Right.
First of all, I haven't heard no homo in about 5 years, so okay. But I was like, wow, that cost you $100,000.
Was there anything visual in the clip that would have caused the no homo?
No.
Because it also sounded like he almost said it like off mic. Like he kind of like leaned away to say it.
Shannon Spake is talking to him on the sideline. And they beat the Bucks by 1 point. And I don't understand.
Maybe like did a player walk behind him and smack him in the ass or something?
I didn't see anything like that.
Because it's so out of context. There has to be something that would have him say that.
Yeah. Offensive and derogatory, which again, okay. But $100,000. So somebody had to pick that out, or let me find it here for you. And I'll show you the video.
Like maybe it's a joke with the guys, you know what I mean? Like you do the ass pat and then no
like
homo.
An Easter egg to the guys watching or something? I don't know.
What did you see right here when Giannis took that shot and everyone was underneath the basket for that rebound?
You said that last play when he took the shot? Yeah, we loaded up. No, that's what we wanted. Put the hand up and then just live with the results.
It feels like he threw it in because somebody, when people go, hey, I'll give you $50 if you can work this word into
say no homo.
The next staff meeting. Yeah, I don't know. Matt, hello.
Hey, Alan. We used to always say no homo when we were kids, when we were potentially going to say something that might be thought of as gay.
No, I fully understand what the phrase means. I don't get the context in which he used. She's like, what did you think of that shot? And he goes, yeah, you mean the last one when we loaded up? No homo. Yeah, we got in there. And I'm like, okay. I don't know.
I wonder if maybe loaded up means something.
Yeah, loaded up might mean something, yeah.
Loaded up.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm going to Google it. Boy, they're going to hate my Google history once they...
Urban Dictionary, that one.
Oh, that's a big load.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Wow.
Oh, that's a big load.
What did you see right here when Giannis took that shot and everyone was underneath the basket for that rebound?
You said that last play when he took the shot? Yeah, we loaded up. No, that's what we wanted. Put the hand up and then just live with the results.
Yep. It's Urban Dictionary.
Loaded up?
Yep.
What, like you're ready to pop one off?
No, I don't even know if I can say what this is. I'm going to show you what it says on the screen.
Yeah.
And then you can figure out if you can come up with a clean way to say it.
All right.
I don't know. So it's basically being full.
Oh, wait. So he's really diving deep then.
So someone probably says that, and then he said it and thought everyone would maybe know that means that.
I see. This would fall into the if you were to spend some time on whatever your favorite X-rated website was, you would find this in the multiple cream pie category. I guess.
But not
in
the truest sense.
Not in the heterosexual sense. This would be pre-shrimping. And not in the way that we use shrimping. Okay. Wow. So he's really, but even that, I mean, we had to go to Urban Dictionary. All right.
At least there's context now.
Now I understand. But even that's a deep dive. Unless that's getting thrown around a lot. I don't know. What a weird-looking dude he is, by the way. LaMelo Ball.
And he's like 6'9".
Yeah, 23 years old, 6'9". $100,000 fined. All right. Well, maybe they'll donate it to some kind of LGBTQ organization. I don't know. But I got something that's going to, after that whole Jimmy Buffett mishigas, I've got something that's going to make you feel better. Because it's kind of attendant to something that you were talking about with some friends over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
There's an app in Australia that the government has released called Chart Your Fart. They are doing research, and they're asking people to track their flatulence for 3 days to help scientists with a study.
The sound and how loud it was, or if
Now, the worst part about this, of course, is the Australian accent. That is the worst part of any of this kind of stuff. I don't know when I flipped the switch on the Australian accent, because back in the day, boy, when Nicole Kidman was just a slip of a lass, I loved it. I couldn't get enough. But now it's like if you had to listen to Jimmy Buffett, well, it's not that bad, but, chat you fat is probably what they're going to be.
the sound and how loud it was, or if there was much of an odor to it. It's not something that everyone's comfortable discussing, but it is a normal function of the body, and it's healthy. It's a sign that you're healthy.
A sign that you're healthy. So chart your fart. So that they can listen. Everybody's trying to. These are the lengths that science has to go to now. They're trying to track the methane output of all kinds of animals.
But what is the actual purpose? Don't they already have it like where the average person farts a certain amount of times per day?
Yeah, probably. I'll show you on the live stream here. I'll show you what the app interface kind of looks like here. You flumped, right? So you put it in, and then you rate it by stench, from odorless to toxic, loudness, silent to deafening. I don't know if I've ever been privy to a deafening fart. Duration, brief to eternity. They're being cheeky, of course. Linger, fleeting to perpetual. And then detectability, discreet to, something else.
What did detectability and linger sort of hang out together?
Probably, yes. Yeah. They're overlapping a little bit.
And I also, what does they call it? A flub?
They call it flump. You flumped.
So that's an Australian thing for farting?
Well, according to this,
Flumping?
that's what they're using here for the app. If it's called Chart Your Fart, why are you calling it something else in the app? Just say you farted.
Here's your fart chart.
Here's your fart chart.
Dumb.
Send it to a friend. So they're like, different foods and medical conditions and blah, blah, blah. But, now do I have to, there's really no right or wrong answer here, do I have to get rid of the Bill Squire stairwell fart?
I
would say no.
No. Why?
It's a classic.
Don't get rid of that.
Right. It's in there.
That's there.
Right. The one that the customer sent us. Right. That one was had a little bit more. Again, I don't know where any of these would fall on the linger, detectability, loudness scale. I mean,
usually,
that's pretty loud.
When you think about it, usually a loud fart isn't going to be the one that's the smelliest fart, right? It's the hot ones that kill you.
The hot ones.
The quiet hot ones.
Yeah.
The loud farts are usually just funny. And
just
loud.
like that YouTube show, The Hot Ones. So the guy
right.
farts in front of celebrities. Right. Now, that one, that you're going to detect that, the duration is probably in between brief and eternity.
You're sitting for that one.
Yep. Here's one, the duration would be high. There you go.
Sounds like Chewbacca.
Yes, that's the girl's Chewbacca fart. That's how I have it labeled. She was... Yeah, that's a young lady there who's really feeling herself.
Full trumpet.
Right. Yummy. So I don't know if Chart Your Fart is available here in the United States. They're doing this, obviously, over in Australia as part of a scientific study, trying to improve the gut health of Aussies. Because they said that Australian people, by and large, report a lot more farting than some other countries who keep track of this around the world. So I don't know if maybe the dingo burgers are really getting them all bubbly down there. All the Vegemite. Oh, God. If you've ever had Vegemite.
I've never had it. Have you had it?
It is god awful. At least it's not something that hits my palate the right way. But obviously it's a delicacy down there, and people love it. So, yeah, this app has a dashboard where you can, record how many. Now, that first one refers to it as flumps, but there's another screen in this app that refers to the farts as, fittingly, trumps. You have recorded 0 trumps so far today. I don't know. They probably landed on that independently of.
That would just make it the biggest and best app of all time.
Yeah, there you go.
One of the wettest we've ever seen from the standpoint of water.
Yeah. You're recording your farts. Charting your farts.
Speaking of farts,
this is what I'm saying. This kind of dovetails into something you had mentioned.
I was flummoxed because all right, I'll tell the story. I stopped off for a beer on Friday after the week we had. I was like, I'm just going to stop off before I go home, have a belt. I did, and I went to the bathroom, and while I was taking a leak, I farted. Mm-hmm. Okay, it wasn't a fart that you would write.
It wasn't egregious. Yeah,
it was a fart. Right, it was a normal everyday fart. Some guy washing his hands at the sink, which by the way wasn't right next to me, goes real nice. Like I was an a-hole for farting in a bathroom. Where else am I supposed to do that?
And this is a guy?
A guy washing his hands real nice.
In the bathroom.
Real nice. I'm like,
what did you say?
I didn't know why. I was like, did that guy just was he complimenting me? Was it like real nice?
Yeah.
But it wasn't. It was like real nice, dude. Like that kind of thing. I couldn't believe it.
He didn't have an earpiece in. He wasn't talking. So nowadays, you don't know when people are talking on the phone.
No, man. The timing was right. I mean, he wasn't looking at me, right?
Just the two of you in the bathroom.
2 of us in the bathroom. And again, it wasn't like an offensive fart. It wasn't like, oh my God. It was a pee fart.
But even if it was, there's dudes in there, man, that are just. It's a Gatling gun while they're going. You're loosened up when you're standing there having a whiz.
Yeah, I have to assume.
Have some sympathy.
Well, look, you have to. That is the place to do it. No.
Yes.
So I didn't do anything wrong.
Right.
I don't know.
So you didn't respond.
I didn't say anything, and then I went back to the bar. I sat down. My wife was there. I saw him sitting at the other end of the bar. I didn't say. I was just like. What do I do? Do I say, like, how did you mean that, sir? Were you really offended by my gas, or were you just, talking to somebody else? Like you just said? I don't know. I was blown away. I didn't know what to say.
Good pun.
First thing I did was
2 ships passing wind in the night was all you guys were. Did you recount this to your wife?
Yeah, of course I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I instantly text you.
Yeah, you did. Huh. Real nice.
Real nice. And it wasn't like...
Did this guy look all buttoned up, or what was it? I mean, he's in the same bar you are, a restaurant or whatever.
And it wasn't, and it's not like I was at like a fine dining state. I was at a towny bar. It was like a nothing thing. And it was, just real nice.
You should have been like, you got that right.
I played it through my head numerous times. Like, was he complimenting me? Did I do something wrong? Should I not have farted at a urinal?
Yeah. Listen, man, I don't know.
Yeah, he seemed annoyed.
Wow. You have to wonder if he does that. Imagine this guy does that in a bunch of different situations, right? Like when he goes to pay his check and he tips, and the guy next to him gets away from the bar, pushes his stool in. The guy goes, real nice. Like he gets the most mundane things set this guy off, and you just happen to be in his sights.
Or maybe he was just very monotone, and he was like, hey, well done.
Yeah.
Real nice. Real nice.
So maybe his tone was not that he was offended. Maybe he's just kind of deadpan or flatlined or something.
I don't know, dude. But if you're going to compliment a fart, you're not going to say real nice. You'll be like, hey, nice out.
Right.
That was funny. Good fart. Like, something. No, real nice.
Alan, I'm the opposite. If I hear somebody in the stall rip one or they're pooping, I say, nice push. Yeah, I don't feel compelled to have any conversation in the bathroom.
Nothing. I say nothing.
No. I mean, and I won't stand in the urinal next to, we have 3 urinals here in the men's. It's the 2, normal height ones, and then the one short one.
Yep.
And if somebody's on the end, I go to the short one.
Of course you do.
Right?
You don't pull up into the station next to you.
No, I don't go to the other one. You give somebody some space.
Too close.
Right. And again, I'm not a pee farter, but there's a lot of people that do that.
I don't normally. I mean, I probably could have. I should start that chart your fart thing because I don't normally do that.
Yeah. And then the one time you do, you feel like you're in a safe space.
Now I'm going to cork myself every time I go to a bathroom.
This guy.
I'm going to fart in public. I'm going to be chastised.
Could you imagine if you run into that guy again in the same, like you guys go to the same place, he's there. It just so happens that you're in the bathroom with him.
I'll push so hard, I don't even care. At that point, now I'll test the waters and see what he says again.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You got to do it because one time could just be an anomaly for you and him. Real nice.
Real nice. Real nice. Real nice.
Maybe he meant it legitimately. That's the hard part to suss out.
I don't know, man. Again, if you were to compliment someone on something like that, you wouldn't say real nice in a monotone sense.
You'd have like a cool... You know, you have something. Hey,
good rip, dude.
Whoa, bro.
Wow.
Yeah.
What did you eat? You know, something.
Hey, can you recommend that off the menu? What is that?
It's crazy. Dude, nothing like any of those.
Yeah.
This was a straight ahead, half a second long, right like that.
There you go. I mean, that is real nice.
It's beautiful.
Right?
Nice rip. Good
nice
out.
Rip. Yep.
Nope, not me. Real nice.
Wow, look at you.
Real nice.
Man.
The real nice guy. If I see him again, that's his name. Real nice guy.
Your ass was like Jimmy Buffett music to that guy.
Clearly.
He was upset.
He feels about farts like I do about Jimmy Buffett.
Yeah. Alan, in the military, we were taught to scream back blast area clear for rocket launchers, but I feel like it applies here. Yeah. Somebody says you go wait till he leaves the bathroom, but you're in a men's room. Like that's where you're supposed to. Guys are doing heinous things in there. Women too.
And I didn't plan it. It's not like I tried to fart. I was peeing and I farted. Like it wasn't. It was not a planned thing.
Everything's getting loosey and goosey in there. And this guy, maybe he's immunocompromised, and he was worried that was now in his airway or something. What a weird interaction.
Weird. Beyond weird. And again, for someone I have never seen in my life.
Right.
To make that comment.
And for you to not say anything.
I was
You were taken
stunned.
aback. Yeah.
Like, you know me. I'm not afraid to say things.
Right.
I was just like, I had to think about it. I'm like, what did he just say?
So you didn't look at him or
No, my back was to him. I was at the urinal. He was washing his hands.
Oh, it was right behind you. I was thinking of like on the side or something.
But not right behind me. I mean, he was probably 15 feet away.
Right.
Wasn't right at ass level.
And he didn't say it under his breath. He said it audibly so you could,
As he was wiping his hands, like drying his hands.
Real nice.
Real nice. Real nice. But Jesus Christ,
man. Oh, man. Yeah. Somebody else suggested you should have just fully dropped trow right there and shown your dominance. Well, by that time, the guy's headed out, right?
Just follow him out into the bar. My pants are on my ankles.
The full Mike Tyson right there. Yep. Hey, where are you going? I got another one in the chamber.
Man. It's a dick. It's a dick move.
It is. Keep your comments to yourself in the men's room unless they're of a frat boy variety. Unless it's like a bro compliment.
Or even the joke stuff. If you know somebody, you make, hey, nice watch. Like that kind of stuff. If you're going to make a joke about something. Carmen always. Oh, yeah, they water's cold and deep.
Yeah,
That's the stuff you hear in a bathroom.
Right.
Not real nice when somebody rips a fart.
Yeah. Hey, is this where all the D's are hanging out? Yeah. All right, man. Al Rob's giving out pink eye, and that guy's washing his hands.
Yeah.
Well, it was just the two of you in there, so.
It was.
Yeah.
I didn't fart on his pillow.
Yep. Al, my wife, and I play fart poker. If one of us farts, the other one sees it and raises it or calls. Man, that's not me.
Do that, man.
I am
Nope.
not a fart around. I've never been I don't care if I'm dating them. I don't care if I'm married to them. I think it's how I grew up. I grew up in a pretty anal retentive environment, literally and figuratively. It's just not done. And I'm just not a fart around girls guy.
I'm the exact same.
Friends of mine, they're like, oh, I was Dutch Oven and Allison last night. I'm like, bro, you are a fiend.
You finally found someone who wants to have sex with you for the rest of your life. and you're going to rip disgusting farts
That
and put it over
woman,
her head.
yeah. I'm like, she climbs on top of you, and you are an ogre.
An ogre.
What are you doing?
Well, I do not, and I have 2 daughters too, right? So I try to not fart around any of them. So it's kind of hard in a 3-4 bedroom house to find an area where you can do that stuff. I usually will use the bathroom for that purpose. Even if I just have to fart, I'll just go in there. I try to never do it around anyone.
One texter said, real nice is a line from Christmas Vacation. Is it any chance this guy was throwing out a movie reference?
It wasn't
and his
like
delivery was terrible.
He's talking about Eddie. Real nice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it wasn't like that at all. It was real nice.
It was judgy.
Real nice.
Yes.
Real nice.
Full of contempt.
He's pissed off.
Yeah.
Real nice.
Oof.
Yeah.
What a dick.
Yes, 100%. That's all I needed was the validation.
On the chance that he's listening right now, we're going to need some clarification here if you want to.
That'd be so great.
Contact us.
I would love for that to happen.
Hey guys, I'm the guy that said real nice to rhyme. I didn't mean to buy it, but it was real nice. I was washing my hands.
He's proud of it. You thought it was a good fart. That's all it was.
I thought it was a real good one.
Real nice.
Yeah.
I can't help it if I'm complimentary all the time.
I don't know why he talks like that. All right, I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. You can watch the show live, find the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Ready to win your trip to iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, presented by Capital One,
featuring Incubus.
Whatever tomorrow brings. Cage the Elephant.
There ain't no rest for the wicked. The Lumineers.
St. Vincent.
Glass Animals.
The Head and the Heart. Fontaine's DC. Moneskins. Damiano David.
And The Offspring.
The biggest single night of live alt rock on the planet.
For your chance to win an alter ego trip, just listen to this station on the free iHeartRadio app.
Thanks to Capital One for being the proud presenting partner of Alter Ego.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Cloudy tonight, a slight chance of rain, down to 48. Tomorrow, rain with a high of 60. Rain continues Wednesday. It'll turn to snow by Thursday. Wednesday's high, 56.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Hey there, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. It is that time of year again. We're almost ready to get some snow, and Thanksgiving's around the corner, where you start to see all the advertisements for Black Friday and Cyber Monday and whatever other sales they've designated for the other days of the week. Northeast Factory Direct never does that stuff. They never have like, hey, President's Day mattresses, anything like that. There's no novelty sales. There's no gimmicks because they don't need them, because they've got Black Friday pricing basically every single day of the year because of how they do things, right? If you've been to Northeast Factory Direct, you know. These are not fancy. These are warehouses, but inside is fantastic items at prices you're not going to beat anywhere else for any room of your home, including if you want to redo your kitchen. They have kitchen designers, and they have high-end cabinetry and countertops and luxury flooring and all of it, right? So you're going to find all that at Northeast Factory Direct in stock, ready for delivery, and you're going to realize very, very quickly that all the other places that are doing gimmick sales, there's a good reason that they're doing that, because you're still going to get overcharged. So hit up Northeast Factory Direct. There's 4 locations throughout Northeast Ohio. They always have Black Friday pricing, and you can skip all the chaos associated with it, too. And find a location near you. Go to northeastfactorydirect.com.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks. With an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Are you a CDL driver looking to make a change? Be on the road less and at home more? Tri-C's Transportation Innovation Center is hiring CDL training specialists. Bring your experience to the classroom, train the next generation of drivers, and enjoy a set schedule. With just 3 years of experience, you can join our team in a technically advanced center with interactive classrooms. Training will be provided. Full or part-time instructor positions are available. Apply today at tri-c.edu/careers.
For a limited time at Speedway, get 2 big pizza slices and your favorite Coca-Cola 20-ounce for only $5 with Speedy Rewards. Choose from classic 3-cheese, pepperoni, or extreme meat pizza. Save big with a $5 meal deal with Speedy Rewards. Only at Speedway. Valid through 1/7/25. See app for full terms.
How do you feel when you switch to Geico and save on your car insurance? It's like trying to remember the name of that neighbor who's lived on your block for 10 years. It's on the tip of your tongue. Is it Diane? Or Diana? Or possibly Dina? But then you just take a leap and somehow get it 1,000% correct on your very first try. Daphne! Of course, her name is Daphne. Just like that, you snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Yep, switching and saving with Geico feels just like that. Get more with Geico.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on Nada Yada Island Confessions. Benny is about to tell us how he found 2 loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada, only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
Check, check, and check. That's the sound of me getting a jump start on my holiday list. But I can't take all the credit. Kohl's makes it too easy. I got my daughter a mini instant camera, my husband his favorite cologne, my sister Kookaburra by UGG slippers, and that's just the beginning. Then I got 20% off some of my other gifts. Yep, it doesn't get better than Kohl's. Select styles. Offer valid through November 23rd. Coupons do not apply to Tech, Sephora at Kohl's, and Kookaburra by UGG. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Watching Clorox cleanup spray dissolve tough grime in the shower feels like...
Wait, this really just happened? I'm shocked. Underwear and everything?
It feels like being able to zip up your overpacked suitcase on the first try.
Smooth.
With Clorox, clean feels satisfying. Clean feels good. Uses
But we are back this Saturday night as well, and then we're off Thanksgiving Saturday. But it's 2 hours of nothing but metal. It's me, it's Corey Roddick, and it's Pat Butler. The three people around here at iHeart Cleveland, and I think the only three, so it's fitting that we're doing the show, that fly the metal flag all the time. And we really cut a broad swath, too. So local metal, brand new stuff, a lot of classics across all subgenres of metal. So if there's something you want to hear, you can always email me with a request. If you are in a local metal band, we want to hear from you. Because I really like playing local stuff, and sometimes it's feast or famine with the bands that submit stuff to us. But that'll be this Saturday night. Your Cavs remain undefeated. Best news in the NBA right now. 128-114 here at home last night over Charlotte. And they're in Boston tomorrow night to play the Celtics. We're a very good ball club. 7 o'clock tomorrow night's your tip-off. 6:30 we roll out, and then we get right into your pregame coverage. They're in Boston. Muni is your promo code, 20% off at CLE Clothing Company. Whether you find yourself in one of their stores, the holidays are coming up. Find yourself in one of their stores, or if you prefer to shop online, either way, MUNI will get you 20% off whatever you want through the end of the month. Alan, I'm a female, and I recently learned about courtesy flushes. Women are gross, too.
Just recently learned about that.
I guess. She said, if somebody has a courtesy flush, that means a lot more coming. I guess you don't realize it's a courtesy flush until it's in retrospect, though. You don't know it's a courtesy flush until they, A, don't get up, and B, whatever comes after that. Alan, I had a girl fart in my bed so hard that it stained my sheets.
That's not a fart.
Right. It said our 10-year...
She crapped your sheets.
Our 10-year relationship ended right there. That's what that person said.
I know you like to think your sheets don't stink, but if you don't wash them, they really, really smell like poop, 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 yeah.
Boy, imagine a decade under your belt with a lady, and she does you like that.
Guy's hardcore, though, man. A wet fart ends a 10-year relationship.
The dude cannot abide. What do you want? Alan, when no one farted around this dude on purpose, because we used to work with a guy who would leer at you, lean in, and very softly say, sounds like something I could get into. Ooh. See, that's what you do when you don't want people around you. That's a good way to kind of isolate yourself.
Yeah, that sounds like it wasn't just farts, right? Like that guy didn't want anybody around him ever.
There's something going on.
Yeah.
Alan, I'm sitting here on the crapper prepping for my colonoscopy tomorrow and felt like listening to your gay ass. Well, how do you like that? He didn't even say no homo like LaMelo Ball. You make this colonoscopy prep even more painful than it is. Please play the Bumblebee Boobs song to make me feel better. People love that Bumblebee Boobs song, dude.
It's great.
Somebody left a message and...
Can you tell me, does the bumblebee have boobs? Alan, can you tell me, does the bumblebee have boobs? Oh, bumblebee, bumblebee, bumblebee boobs. Bumblebee, bumblebee, bumblebee boobs. Where, oh, where are the bumblebee's boobs? Where, oh, where are the bumblebee's boobs? Bumblebee, bumblebee, bumblebee boobs. Bumblebee, bumblebee, bumblebee boobs. Ah. Boobs.
Mm-hmm. Brian, your thoughts?
We need more sluts.
Okay. Boy, he is a single-minded young man. He's a one-track pony. Of course, I'm mixing my metaphors now, aren't I? His mind, was it a one-trick pony, not a one-track pony? I was out there in the kitchen. I was refilling my tea. And, you know, Magic 105.7, with whom we share this studio. Mark Nolan Morning Show. He and Jen Pachano. And they're playing Christmas music. Ugh. And you pointed out a song to me that I had not heard. And now I can't hear it another way.
Yeah.
The Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Now, the only song from them I think I've ever heard, and everybody's heard it 4 billion times, is that one song. I mean, what's the main song?
The Christmas Eve Sarajevo.
Something. Dun, 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 dun,
Yep.
dun, 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 dun. Yeah. So I'd never heard this one called Christmas Canon. And I'll play it, and then we'll go back and, right? What we were talking about before.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll see if I can, because I've never heard this song before. It's like a British children's choir. That's how you know that you're serious when they're... Okay. It's I would not have heard this had you not pointed it out to me, but I'm glad you did. It sounds like they're saying vagina. It sounds like these British children are saying vagina as they sing.
Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas.
Is that what they say? Vagina.
Yeah, right.
Are they singing vagina?
Vagina. Vagina.
Man, that's good.
It's great.
See, it's never too early to have your kids learn about the birds and the bees. I bet they know if bumblebees have boobs. I bet those kids know all about that. Vagina. The Trans-Siberian Orchestra. I wonder if they have gotten caught up by any MAGA dummies because their name of their band is the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. And I'm not doing like a meme joke here. I'm genuinely asking. You know, people don't really pay attention that closely. They see something and they go off on a tear. People that have a lot of free time or, you know, they got nowhere to go and all day to get there, that kind of stuff. Those are the people that you see getting upset about those kinds of things. And so I wonder, and the Trans-Siberian Orchestra has been around for a long time.
I think that's the saving grace, right? I think that they've been around so long.
Right, but I could also see people thinking that, I don't know.
I can see him getting a pass. Like, even from the biggest dopes, I can see they're like, okay, yeah, that's not that kind of trans.
Yeah, I hope not. So
those guys are awesome, by the way. I don't know if you've ever seen
I've
one of their
never
shows.
seen them. I liked the band they were in the 80s. I was a big Savatage fan, but
dude, they're incredible. Like it's
okay.
Like I didn't know what to expect. And I got some tickets the first year I was here. Took the kids, man. It's incredible. It's it's a rock show.
I can't imagine it's a bad show.
Great.
I've never seen it, and they've been doing it for like 30 years. You know.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So no, it's one of those things I guess I should go to. I just never have. But boy, what a second act for those guys, by the way.
Yeah.
For the uninitiated, those guys had a band in the 80s called Savatage. They were a Tampa. Kind of a goth, not goth metal, but it was more Dio than Poison. And we've played them on the metal show before, and once in a while I think they show up in Big Hair Wednesday. But and they were kind of a fair to Midland 80s metal band. And then I don't know when the pivot happened. I don't know if they got dropped by there. I don't know what the circumstances were around it. But like 3/4 of that band went on to found the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. And frankly, it may have been out of necessity. They might have been like, we're not getting as many gigs anymore, you know. Now, they only tour at Christmas, right? These guys they're not out in June.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't know exactly.
Even though my understanding was like their whole set list is not Christmas.
So
they're just known for that.
There's other stuff in it. But I mean, again, you're talking about like a legit, like a real full-blown rock show, solos, and there's just, 3 guys playing guitar on a stage. So it's not like, you're looking at they do like a whole show around it too. It's very theatrical.
Okay.
It's great.
But is it it's like a fictional show around it, or it's...
Yeah, so they're kind of, at least the last version that I saw, they sort of have a narrator that kind of comes out on stage, and it has it sets up the story that they kind of walk you through with all the music. You know what I mean? So it's there's a lot to it, but yeah, man. I mean, really, really good players. And then just everything about it feels like a rock show.
Well, because even when they were Savatage, they were kind of doing concept albums, I think. Like they had a big one called Gutter Ballet. They had Hall of the Mountain King, and which was kind of an adaptation of that poem, and so the transition probably wasn't that tough.
They have
and they have like big names circling through that band, right? Go out on tour with them.
Huge names, yeah. Like really big names.
Yeah.
What's his name? Joel Hoekstra?
Yeah, okay.
He's playing with them right now. He was in Whitesnake. Guy was in a ton of bands.
Yeah.
And they're just, you just watch these guys just shred for 2 hours.
Cool.
I bet your kid would love it.
Alan, how have you never heard that song? That's a good question because the vagina part, and now it's just an earworm. Now I can't not hear these kids singing about vagina.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I like it.
Love. I love you.
Didn't love that.
But please don't touch my vagina.
Mm-hmm. Stephen Canton says there's a similar group called the Wizards of Winter that has a few Trans-Siberian Orchestra former members, and they're pretty good too. Listen, I guess you're not going to be around that long and not have somebody else going, we should get a piece of that. Wizards of Winter. Again, I like Trans-Siberian Orchestra. I was in Michigan on Saturday. I made the Saturday, given what happened to me on Friday. Saturday is a day that I would have loved to have been in bed all day long, but my daughter had a performance at Michigan State. She's in the College of Music there, and they had their big winter, not their like winter show, Christmas show rather, but like their big winter performance. They were doing The Magic Flute, which is a Mozart opera, and she was in this. And it's a 3-hour production. And because I was by myself, I always go to these by myself. Like my ex-wife is there and her boyfriend or whatever, but they're like in a different row. I don't really see them. And for whatever reason, I get a ticket in the front row of this place. And it's in like a, college. They have all these different, Michigan State has all these different performance venues. And so it's like 1,000-seater. It's like a standard kind of, theater. And I'm in the front row for this thing. So for 3 hours, I'm like this. I'm like, looking up. I'm like, hey, this is awesome. This is great.
Head is just bumping.
Yeah, like, is there no way to like pick my tickets when I buy for this or... and it's like Island of Misfit Toys. All of us in the front row are just people by themselves. So I'm sitting next to, and I assume they're students. They look very young. Maybe they have friends in the production or whatever. I was clearly the only parent in this row, but and it was fine. But that's a long. Thank God it was in English. Some of these performances are in German, or they're in Italian, and they'll have a screen that'll tell you what they're saying. My daughter's got to learn all these other languages so she can perform in them. But thank God this was in English. But it is very strange to see college students performing opera because it's very dramatic and skilled vocal work. I had a girlfriend in college who was a couple years younger than me, and she was an opera singer. And she was just the smallest thing, and it was so strange to hear this massive, powerful voice come out of this small person.
Well, yeah, because you expect them all to look like Pavarotti.
Kind of. I mean, yeah.
But then you see these tiny guys that do it, like any of those tenors. What were those guys called?
The three tenors?
The three tenors. There wasn't a fat guy in the bunch.
There was Pavarotti. There was Placido Domingo.
Yep.
And then, like on Seinfeld, the other guy, the third guy.
And then there's the blind guy, Bocelli.
Andrea Bocelli.
Not a fat guy.
Right. Well, one of those guys lost a bunch of weight. I think Andrea Bocelli maybe lost some weight, but not a fat. Pavarotti was a fat guy.
Huge.
Yeah.
But also the GOAT.
Yes. The three tenors were Pavarotti, Placido Domingo, and...
the other guy.
Jose Carreras.
That's right.
Was the other... That's right.
Yep.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
It's right there.
I'm Team Carreras. Now, I don't know if they're all dead. Pavarotti's dead. I know that. Placido Domingo is still alive. And Jose Carreras is still alive, but I bet nobody knows.
And they're not singing. I mean, that ended long ago. Those guys got to be ancient.
Well, yeah. They stopped singing in 2003.
Yeah.
And again, that's one of those things where I wish I enjoyed it more. I just don't care. I mean, obviously my daughter is in this production and I watch her read the phone book, but I just don't care about opera. Over the years I've had opportunities to go to performances of things and I'm just like, there's people who love it, and I'm happy for them. You know, they have like season tickets to whatever's coming, and I'm like, it's just not for me. But the three tenors were created because this Jose Carreras guy had an International Leukemia Foundation. So that's probably why he asks his two best well-known friends to join him. It was kind of like a traveling Wilburys for the opera set, right?
The opera supergroup?
Yeah, the opera supergroup. Right. Now, I have to wonder if they had asked a fourth tenor. And I don't know who the most prominent person at that time would be, but I wonder if they asked a fourth tenor, and that guy said, no.
I'm so sorry.
Absolutely not.
My schedule, I just won't accommodate this.
That's all right.
I'm so sorry.
I'm doing a vasectomy tomorrow. I got a Rob Anthony coming in.
I'm an older man, and let me get in my spelunker hat.
So, yeah, but it was a fantastic performance by everybody involved. My daughter was positively luminous in it. But, yeah, those are long performances, boy.
Was she at least out there a lot?
Oh, yeah.
All right, good.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
at least she had something to watch. Like if it was an hour in between when she was there, that would have been
Yeah, no, she was out
deadly.
there a lot. Yeah, a couple of solos. Yeah, no, it was great. But anyway, it was a long day, right? I mean, I drive there, 3-hour show. I came back that night because I had the Cox Out the next day. So it was, but the front row, God damn. I got a break. You want to send a text? 35192. If you don't want to text me, that number is still 35192. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
A connection built for everywhere. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Jeff Kinsmeyer.
Buzzard. From the Dave's Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
My name's Alan Cox, and my show sucks.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Oh, nailed it. Thank you, sir. Hey, Cavaliers remain undefeated. I'm sure you've heard. The Browns remain defeated. Consistently defeated. They are the anti-Cavs.
They
Cavs
just suck, huh?
Yeah, they're terrible. Terrible. Hard to find any silver lining in that situation, week to week, a lot of times. And I have to imagine, there's a lot of similarity between, we were talking about this yesterday at the Cox Out with some listeners. There's a lot of identification that I have with Browns fans in being a Bears fan. Other than having a Super Bowl under our belts, it's usually not an enviable thing, right? There's a lot of people who come in with a lot of hype and then they flame out, whatever. But Browns fans are very, very well versed, because they have to be, in finding the silver lining, in going, well, yeah, this is terrible, but at least there's this.
Alan,
I don't think people are there right now.
As a Patriots fan, I simply cannot relate to what it is you're talking about with suffering. No, I'm just joking, because
you've been a Patriots fan your whole life. Yeah, but even pre-Brady.
Yeah, yeah. Those 80s and 90s years, man, they were terrible. So I can relate to the pain, but obviously it's hard to bitch when you had 20 years of, championships and NFC, at least AFC games all the time.
Nobody wants to hear your current complaints, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty bad right now, right?
Really?
Last in the AFC East?
Well, and it's a drag, too, with the injuries, right? Like, they just can't catch a break on that defensive side of the ball. I mean, they just keep losing guys.
That Patrick Mahomes, kind of hoisted by his own petard there. His interception pass in that. Now, Bills were going to win anyway, I think. They were ahead.
Yeah.
But that interception pass basically ensured that the Chiefs had their first loss. It was a great throw. It went into the wrong pair of hands. And so Kansas City goes to whatever they are, 9-1. But I mean, they're still the best team in the NFL right now. And Detroit's killing it too, which isn't always the case. We have a lot of bureau chiefs who listen to the show on the iHeartRadio app. I call them that. They are listening from out of state. And if you do that, let me know where you are. I hear from people all the time. Sometimes they'll send me a little dumb piece of news from their neck of the woods, and I always appreciate that. Molly listens in Denver. Mike's in Seattle. Ray is a Canadian bureau chief. He listens in Vancouver. Phil is in Auburn, Alabama. War Eagle. Kyle listens in Nashville. Who's our most recent bureau chief? We go to the very bottom of the list. The most recent person to check in. Rob in Star, South Carolina. Maybe he's out there looking for monkeys and emus. I don't know. But anyway, one of our bureau chiefs, and I think we have two, in Boise, Idaho, sent me the story. Teenagers are going to teen, and they're going to play around, and they're going to get into trouble, and they're probably just doing it for the gram, posting it to Snapchat, whatever. Teenager crashed his SUV on Sunday morning after one of his passengers used a lighter to set his armpit hair on fire. Now, if you got to get into a crash, this is my favorite story of doing that, right? They weren't drunk. They're dicking around. 18 and 16. He didn't set his own armpit hair on fire. He set the driver's armpit hair on fire. So this is, he's dicking around with his friend. He's trolling him. Maybe they were drunk. What the hell do I know? But they didn't mention alcohol as part of the situation. 5:30 a.m. These two are out in Boise. Tristan Myers is 18 years old, and he was driving. And his friend, 16-year-old, well, they don't have his name because he's 16. His 16-year-old friend is riding shotgun They're driving a Ford Bronco. And his friend leans over and sets Tristan Meyer's right armpit hair on fire. And they roll the Bronco. There were 2 girls in the back seat. So there's a bunch of people in this car. It's 5:30 in the morning. The driver's 18. Shotgun is his 16-year-old friend. There are 2 girls in the back seat who are 15 and 16. And there was a 17-year-old dude in the car. The 2 girls in the back, thrown from the vehicle. Nobody's wearing seatbelts, right? You're not going to wear your seatbelt when you're a teenager, and it's harder to get to somebody's armpit with your lighter when they're wearing the seatbelt. Although probably not on that side. Nobody was like on the verge of death or anything like that. They got taken to the hospital. They were lucky. But the kid had to make up a story. He goes, there was an animal in the road and I swerved to not hit it. But then they ended up talking to the other kids and 1 or 2 of them go, well, he leaned over and lit his armpit hair on fire. Do you guys know? They separate them all and they're all freaked out, obviously. They're teenagers. And of course you're speeding. And the kid who lit the other kid's armpit hair on fire got a ticket because he was impeding the safe operation of that vehicle. But that could have been a hell of a lot worse. You get thrown from the vehicle from the back seat because your douchebag friend, and I hesitate to even do that because I think that's hilarious. Now, I was not that guy. I was like a 40-year-old man when I was a teenager. That's why I devoted my life to being a juvenile. I'm trying to go the other way because I was so concerned with not getting in trouble. And that's just kind of how I was raised. I didn't want to get in trouble. I got spanked a lot, the whole thing as a young kid. So when I got older and I'm driving and I'm doing this and that, I was just desperate to not get in trouble. And that's kind of how my brain is now. I have this constant conflict in my brain between I despise authority, but I also understand that I don't want to run afoul of it. It's a weird thing. But when I was a teenager, my friends who were lighting people's armpit hair on fire were having a great time in retrospect. These people were having a great time. And I think it was drilled into me that, I don't know if it was by my parents or probably by my parents. It was kind of drilled into me, either directly or indirectly, that all these people that weren't taking their life seriously were never going to go anywhere. You have to have kind of a purpose and you have to have a direction. Now, that's all great stuff. I think that served me pretty well. But flash forward, when all the guys I knew in high school and in college who were lighting their farts and who were getting hammered and who were falling off roofs, right? They're all doctors and captains of industry. And I'm like, what happened to you guys being homeless in the ditch? Because that's what I was promised. Because I walked the line. And that's a valuable lesson.
But are they happy? They may be doctors. Are they happy? Do they laugh as much as you laugh?
Yeah,
you never know.
Yeah, I don't know. Happy's overrated.
There's trade-offs.
Yeah. Yeah, but so that's why I love all this stupid stuff. I'm so glad we have people out there doing this. When people chastise, are like, oh, these damn kids on social media who are... Now, I don't like pranks so much if they're trying to hurt other people or things like that. That's not funny to me. But the people that are like, oh, this guy did a somersault off of a roof into a kiddie pool full of... I'm so happy that those people are around. Because that was never me. But I appreciate that throw caution to the wind kind of vibe that these guys have. You're driving, it's 5:30 in the morning. You're going somewhere, you're coming from somewhere else, probably somewhere you weren't supposed to be. None of your parents know where you are, so you have lied about where you are. Probably. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know, dude.
These could all be kids whose parents don't care where they are. I think of it through the prism of how I grew up. And that might not be this at all. 5 kids in there between 15 years old and 18, and he's like, I'm going to light your armpit hair on fire because I feel like doing that right now. That's hilarious to me.
But that's so much different than, like, kids being kids. Or like you said, you towed the line, you didn't do that stuff to get in trouble. I don't know, man. Lighting somebody's arm, I've done a lot of stupid stuff in my life. I've definitely done things to impede driving.
Yeah.
But is lighting someone's armpit hair a thing? I've never even heard of that until today.
Well, not only that, it could have gone horribly wrong, too. Yeah. You know, at best or at worst, this guy got a burned armpit, but
and a flipped over truck.
Right. Yeah. Oh, here's a nice text. Alan, I don't think you're juvenile at all. Signed, Pube Face McButtsack out in Pee-Pee Town, Ohio. Thank you so much. I'm always happy to hear from the McButtsacks, no matter who you are. Thank you. Of course, Pee-Pee Town, a proud mining community there in Appalachia. That driver got P-ranked. He sure did. Facey Prank Pony had been there. Alan, a car I was a passenger in rear-ended a van because a backseat passenger gave the driver a wet willy. We were 30 years old. A wet willy.
Still not lighting someone's armpit hair on fire.
That's true. The wet willy.
I hated those.
Oh, it's the worst.
The worst.
Oh, God, I was watching the finale of The Penguin on HBO. I finally got around to it. People are watching The Penguin. Just phenomenal, phenomenal show. And I'm watching the finale of it. And there's a scene where these two people are, you know, kind of at odds with each other. And the one spits at the other one. Oh, I hate that. I can't imagine being in a scene where the other actor has to spit in your face. Oh, my God. You earn your money that day. It's just terrible.
Awful.
Oh.
No, I couldn't do it. I'm getting the gags thinking about it.
The thing when you were a kid and you'd see somebody like hold their brother down and do the lug on him, or
suck it back up.
That's been immortalized in, like, you know, kids movies where they're getting bullied or whatever, and it's the worst. Even Pube Face McButtsack would never do anything like that out there in Pee-Pee Town, Ohio.
Man, oh man, I already loved Rob, and I love him 100 times more now. He is just such a good addition. Screw Jimmy Buffett. You are so right, Rob.
Boy, you have scratched an itch with this anti-Jimmy Buffett contingency that we've never, this is not a Jimmy Buffett heavy show, right? It just will come up occasionally. And to half of our audience, just anecdotally, we'll say to half, them's fighting words. But to the other half, you have ingratiated yourself in a way that you couldn't plan.
It's just pure hatred, Alan.
Understood. Alan, some of us out here in Boner Village City Town would appreciate the shout out too. Well, there you go. Certainly don't want to let them out. That guy was really happy about you.
Walk with me, sunshine. It's a skippity-doo-da-da day. I'm the happiest girl in the whole U.S. of A.
That's the vibe that guy was giving off. He's the happiest girl in the whole USA. Yes. Boner Village City Town. I don't know if that's in Ohio. Is it adjacent to Pee-Pee Town? I don't know.
Boner.
What, Grandma?
Boner.
What?
Boner.
Oh, I miss you, Grandma. Love you. What, Grandma?
Boner.
God rest her soul. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Alan. My brother was driving on the shoreway, and the buddy in back of him hit a whippet under his nose. And he spun his car out on the shoreway.
Yeah.
That was, well, I heard you just talking about crazy accidents. That's a crazy accident.
What happened that made him spin out?
He spun his car out on the shoreway going, you got to go like 30 miles an hour over there.
No, at the time it was 55.
Oh.
They were coming up from the bars. They were coming up from the bars, and his buddy in the back seat stuck a whippet under his nose.
Oh, yeah. Man. But everybody walked away from it?
Oh, yeah. Didn't even dent the rims. He got very lucky. Just spun it out in the center of the shoreway.
Wow. Well, all's well that ends well, right? Thank you,
Right on.
Tom. There you go.
I do have a question, though. As someone who's done my fair share of whippets, how do you get just from under the nose?
I don't know. Maybe he means like smelling salts.
That was
or
what I was
something.
thinking.
Yeah.
Because a whippet, I mean, you gotta work for a whippet.
Right. I don't know. Maybe that maybe that's what he meant. And he didn't like the fart spray or whatever. Alan, your jovial mindset validated me having maybe she means juvenile mindset. I'm a 41-year-old woman who works in corporate America. Yeah. Well, listen, I don't know.
So are we.
Yeah. Maybe you haven't. This is still a corporation here, and the axe swings far and wide and deep every so often. We forget that, but they like to remind us.
Yeah.
They really like to remind us. Hey, this is a giant corporation. Just because you're not wearing a suit and tie to work every day doesn't mean it's not.
Now go back in there and crack wise for a couple hours.
Yeah. Alan, genuinely curious, how would you feel if your son was the one who lit the hair or crashed the car? I mean, I wouldn't care for that. I pay the insurance, so I wouldn't care for that. But I don't know, man. I would have my kid's way too smart for that, but that's just not his vibe. But if it was my kid, as long as, listen, you say what every parent says, as long as everybody's okay. But man, there'd be a part of me that would be laughing inside. I just know there would be. Really. Listen, just because something funny doesn't mean it's not unbelievably stupid. In context and situational. Is that a really stupid thing to do? Absolutely. It doesn't make it less funny. Alan, I'm with Rob. It's common knowledge that beavers don't get along with parrots. All right. Listen, common knowledge. I like that.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay. What animal doesn't get what mortal enemies are found in the animal kingdom? Mongoose and cobra, or B, beaver and parrot?
I'm going to go with B.
Yes, you're correct. Beavers and parrots don't get along very well or at all. What else was I going to whip on you before we get out of here? Was the Betty White stamp. I'm excited for that. About twice a year, I'll buy stamps. Unbelievably, there's still places that want you to mail things in. I mean, like bills and things like that. And so it'll take me 6 months to go through a book of stamps, but I had to buy one last week. And they ask you what you want, and they have got a little display there. And I always say, whatever's on top, whatever you grab, I'll have. I don't care. I don't need to. I'm not trying to promote my love of the whippoorwill, per se. But the Betty White stamp, I will specifically ask for those.
Do you know how much stamps are now?
They're like 75 cents a piece, aren't
73 cents a piece.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I mean, yeah. They keep talking about, I don't know. I guess I didn't understand, because a while back they were like, these stamps, when they raise the price of stamps, these won't go up, or so you paid a bunch of money for stamps. I don't know. But I go, just whatever you've got on the top. And so invariably I'll get something that I don't care about. It's, But in 2025, the United States Postal Service will release a Betty White stamp. Now, they say finally. I don't understand what that means. Finally releasing a Betty White stamp. I can't imagine there were advocates for, why is there no Betty White stamp?
You gave one to Elvis first?
Yeah. Like she was Harriet Tubman or something, So Betty White, who famously died a couple of weeks before her 100th birthday. She died in 2021 at the age of 99. I think New Year's Eve she died. I think when everybody was getting ready to count down the ball dropping, I think the word was getting around that Betty White had died. And so the Betty White stamp will be coming in 2025. The forever stamp. Show it to you very quickly. There it is. Look at her. Rendered in all of her glory. What an amazing, amazing career.
Which era Betty White did they use? I can't really see.
It looks like...
Is it Golden Girls, Betty?
No, not that far back. No, this looks like kind of a stylized version of maybe last 10 years of her life, Betty White.
Oh.
You know?
Like Hot in Cleveland, Betty White.
Yes, there you go. Exactly. And so it should make them a bit more appealing to people here in Northeast Ohio. Boy, I'm glad Betty White wasn't alive to see any of this, what's going on now. I'm really glad she was spared that. You know, she lived a long time, so she saw her share of shrimp. But good grief. If she hadn't died, this wall would have killed her. All right, we got to go. Thank you guys very much for hanging out. We will reconvene with you tomorrow around 2 o'clock. Anything you missed, the entire show will be available for you within the hour on the iHeartRadio app or wherever your podcasts are delivered into your brain. You leave messages there, a little talkback button. Want to use the after hours line. That's always there. It's not just Brian's domain. You can use it too. It's 216-986-8903. And I think that's it. Email me for anything you need. Alan Cox Show stickers. I just sent out another batch of those. In-state or out, I'm happy to help you represent if you want to. So email me, alan@alancoxshow.com. And that's it. Any parting words, Rob?
No, sir. Nothing to plug, nothing to...
F. Jimmy Buffett?
Well,
like
that one, I'll always go with that one. FJB.
There you go. And that's it. No Cavs tonight. The Corey Roddick Experience in its entirety. Next, you're in good shape. I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those